yeah. Digging, scratching, working, struggling, hoping. Some is hustling, every man hustling. Stay alive, that's the game. It don't matter if another gets slain. Pain, recession, other cats want a war. We got the weapon, people want bombs, so they gon' get them. This is the rhythm, the politics ticking. It's sad how we living in this life. It's gonna be a time that we change. Shit is not finite, life is the same. Motherfuckers killing each other to make a claim. Stop that bullshit, you have no respect for each other. You know the truth, you come from your mother, your sister, your brother. So love one another. We make that change, the whole world will do the same. So listen.
Only this one love. Every day the children dying. What about the children crying? No, no, no.
What about the kids?
Don't forget the children.
Tell them about the children.
What about the children crying? Oh, no, no, no.
Yeah, I wish someone would tell me when is the suffering gonna stop. I see time ticking, fuck your watch. There comes a time when man steps to the plate, but it won't matter if your mentality is fake. Where I'm from, we got a system, overcrowded prisons, 2 cents an hour, man. Listen, shit don't change if we keep exploiting each other. One day you find out you only did it to your brother. A homeless mother, a baby, no supper. She got a husband and father, they both love her, but they can't find work cause the people with the power, they got a strange way to govern. Their price tags say nothing. Life is funny, then again it's really not. People dying for what other people got. I asked God if he can come and change the shit. He said, hell no, it's you that's gotta change this.
Every day the children dying. What about the children crying? One.
From your mom, your birth, pops planted the seed in the turf. From there, you must find out what life is worth. Grew up learning your do's and don'ts before working on your motor skills, working on your coordination, right? And orientation to what your life, the brand new thing. So gentle, the soul we're capturing in this distance. The alphabets the kids sing. They celebrate when it's time to go outside. As you get older, you learn to let all the troubles in your life just glide away. Stay focused, keep it cool, keep you cool. Things in life can make you get rude. If you let it, don't let it. 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 If you let it, let it, let it, what? If you let it, don't let it, let it. If you let it, what? Don't let it. If you let it, don't let it, let it. Don't let it. We got what you need.
Alright, so yeah, I'm actually getting some play on the college radios and on the EU radios finally with this track. Thanks to my homeboy on here, actually a dude out of Harlem by the name of Tamu Bascott, a talented artist in his own right. Seriously, Tamu is huge. If you don't know, you better ask somebody and go Google him. Yeah, he's got a huge portfolio and produces a lot of music for a lot of different cats. But he was on this track featured as a vocalist, and he's doing the background harmonies on it. I mean, I'm also on it too in the hook, but he's backing me up with his harmonies. Let me bring that shit back so you can hear what he did with it. I mean, he's all through that track. You hear that? He's singing the high parts. That's me and him actually, but he's filling mine out. Harlem, New York, yo. Here he comes. You see that? Yeah, that's all Tamu Bascott, yo. Big up to Tamu. Maybe I'm gonna see him on the road. You never know, because I'm gonna be hitting the road too. I'll be hitting the road. It's a surprise later on this fall. So those of y'all that's looking for me in the EU, that's trying to get some talented cats out there, we talking about professional musicians out to your country on a promotional tour, hit me up. You need to go to the Instagram account that is called guess what? Empirical Artist. That's one, no S on the end. Bookings. Yes, that's on Instagram. That's Empirical Artist with no S. Bookings. Yeah, and holler. Just leave your information. Let us know what you're up to. But big up to the radio, college radio stations for picking that up. That's what features do. I'm lucky enough to have some really talented artists featuring on some of my music. Tamu Bascott is one of them. He's on a few different songs I have, to be honest. Tamu, let me see. Let me count the songs Tamu is on in reality. That's out that people know. They don't know. Tamu is on that. Oh, he's killing that with the vocals also. He's on this song I got, Prairie Dogs. You may not know it, but it's on my LP, Love in Madness, right? And it's the song called Prairie Dogs. And he's in the background. You don't hear him. He's just in the background bugging out. Tripping. And you might hear him say my name. I think he says this part, Vic Bennett in it to win it. Yeah, he screams that part. Yeah, so he's doing backups and just audience. crowd participation and shit. And actually I love that song too. But I have one more track. I got one track that's pretty original with Tamu where he's not singing on it, but he's actually playing the micro moog, the mini moog, So for those of you that know instruments, right? And but he plays the talk box. He tours playing the talk box. He produced a lot of cats out of LA too. So when you hear a lot of California rap music and beats, you might want to search for Tamu because he does the talk box. He's one of the people that does the talk box that Roger Troutman started. You know what I'm saying? So he does that too live. He's got a lot of gigs and shit like that where he's performing live. But anyway, I got Mission, who's on the first track you heard. What is it called? The track is really, we call it One Love, but it's titled What We Need, right? It's titled What We Need, and that's the first track. Don't forget the children crying. Don't forget the children dying. Well, no. Yeah, that's Mission out of the UK. Talented. Mission is a crazy fucking dancehall DJ. Like, people know Mission in Denmark, Copenhagen for Rubber Dub Sundays. Yes, Mission was one of the DJs that set off. I'm talking about set off. He's like a pillar in Rubber Dub Sunday. People know Super Mike. People know a couple other cats, but basically Mission was the dance hall dude, and Mission is still the killer dance hall DJ today. But Mission got a voice, so Mission, I did maybe 2 or 3 tracks with Mission, and yeah, luckily I was able to do that with Mission, man. So big up to Mission out there, man. Yeah, it was his birthday a couple of weeks ago. I didn't get a chance to make it, but I would have loved to. But in any case, I'm lucky to have these artists because it helps me get through to other genres of music, right? And it helps me as an artist, right? A lot of people don't know my artist name. My artist name is Empirical, right? You know, it helps me get my music in areas that it wouldn't get, like Temu. It helps me get into R&B hard. Temu shit is in Europe on the radio and has been for a while. Mine hasn't been. You see what I mean? My stuff is just being released. I've worked on material for like 20 years. You see what I mean? And yeah, that's another story. But yeah, now I get to release some of my own stuff, so I'm really proud of that. And people are feeling it, and you know, the work speaks for itself. You know what I'm saying? The work, and I learned, I had some great mentors. Giant Storm, thank you. You know, in my mid-20s, Giant Storm, Palace Records. I got the best out of Palace Records, you know, the best learning experience, sleeping in the fucking studio, you know what I'm saying? Quad Studio every goddamn night, you know, live it up in Quad Studio on Broadway, you know what I'm saying? Like, I'm serious. I'm not bullshitting. Gary Wright, wonderful producer, wonderful engineer, engineer for Whitney Houston, engineer for like crazy, just mad people. But enough about me. You can tell I'm happy to get back to my music. I am, because I had a moment. I had to pause, raise my kids, focus on other things besides myself. But now my kids are getting a little older, and now I'm able to kind of get my groove back. You know what I'm saying? Which I'm so happy to be able to do. Yeah. But in any case, let's get out of this. Let's get out of this for a moment and get on to the news. So let me get over to and see what's popping here. Wow, this is called Kookity Koo Week because we got a lot of kooky ass people. Kookity Koo! We got. What the hell is the lady's name from yesterday? What's her name? Tulsi Gabbard. We got her Kookity Koo ass out there. Then we got Elon Musk Kookity Koo. You know, Elon Musk reminds me of a person that just might inject some goddamn heroin. I mean, I'm serious. I mean, people that's messing around, I don't know if you heard this, but people that mess around with that K, it's not only what you might know, some people think it is. Sometimes people inject that shit. That's crazy. That's back in the 90s. 2000s. I'm not bullshitting you. I'm not bullshitting. That's people crazy. People crazy. Maybe late 90s. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, stay away from that shit, kids. Please do yourself a favor. Save your life. That shit's not cool. Be careful messing around with drugs. Yeah, and then we also got Donald Kookity Koo, the Orange Goblin, the man who invited all the kookies into the United States government. So we know that was a deliberate attack on the country. I mean, yeah, we know. This is a spider's web. And but there will be retribution, and I am your retribution. As a matter of fact, just like Donald Trump said, for if you're a lefty, I am your retribution. I'm born and raised in Washington D.C. Family goes back both sides to the colonial period. Yeah, I am your retribution for real. I'm like these people's nightmare because I survived their ass. Thank God to Denmark, big up to Denmark. And, I decided to speak out because I've been living in Denmark 20 years as an African American, as a Black American. You know what I mean? I love the country. I love Danish people. They're very interesting people. But when I heard Trump try to attack Denmark, I was like, oh, I was born for this. I am your retribution. I'm also the Danish people's retribution. You know what I'm saying? And I'm also America's retribution. Fuck Trump. Fuck Trump. I hope you die, like really, and somebody comes and takes a shit on you and on your grave. You know what I'm saying? So we can laugh, hey, so we can celebrate. But there's only one problem with that. There's more kookity koos in the background. JD Vance, Marco Rubio. man. And unfortunately, they're younger than Trump, so they're probably going to live longer, but that means jail for them. That means jail time. Donald Trump won't face jail time. He's obviously too old to think and senile, which is the perfect excuse to just run amok, right, and do anything you want. Because as soon as he's not, they're going to say, yeah, well, he couldn't serve because he's sick, and because he's sick, he can't go to jail. Open and shut case, right? But the nation will have to know. So in name, Donald Trump will be put on trial in name. You know, whether he shows up or not don't even fucking matter anymore. But everything he's done his entire life, every little person that that turns out to be true that he harmed is going to come to the light. Whether it's a little boy, whether it's little girls, all of it. It's all going to come to light. This is who the real Donald Trump is, what he's going to be known for, whatever it is. You see what I mean? And we don't even have to know for sure, but we do know that people accused him. Little boy, a grown ass man has accused him of assaulting him when he was a little boy between the years of 8 and 12. That's Sasha Riley. A 13-year-old woman by the name of hold on, let me look here. Katie Johnson said that when she was age 13, she was being sexually assaulted and trafficked by Jeffrey Epstein and Donald Trump. Yeah, she said that in a deposition, and now, you know, her lawyer claims that she got death threats and things like this and got scared the day she was going to show up to Congress, right? Life death threats. Now, I know you bitch ass maggots don't. You will death threat anybody because you're fucking cowards and you're pieces of shit. You will do that. So that's expected. You see what I mean? Yeah, and I don't blame her for running away because she knows she's dealing with fucking animals in MAGA. They are animals. You know, we know that. They don't care. They know nothing. They do nothing. They don't care about anyone else. They just don't care. They don't have it in them. Right? But but you know, we're gonna find out about the king of the kookity koos. Then we have more. We got all kinds of, who else is it? There's several more kookity koos. Oh, right. Todd Blanche. He's the kookity koos lawyer, but he's going to get all caught up in it himself. He's going to go down with the kookity koos. And then, yeah, we have more. So let's get to the main episode here. Let's see what's happening here. Where we left off yesterday. Let me see. Where was that at? Actually, we didn't leave off with it.
Based on his past experience,
2 seconds.
It's going to be another hot stick.
2 seconds. What's going on here? Sorry about that. I need to fix something. I see came out a little backwards. Boom. Here we go. Let's get it going, y'all. Let's hear it.
Pile of dough. I think he's incompetent, sycophant, and not the right person to lead the.
Sorry about that. Let's get to it. Tulsi Gabbard. Let's start with her. Here we go. Come on, then.
My guess is, based on his past experience, it's just going to be another hot, steamy pile of dough. I think he's incompetent, sycophant, and not the right person to lead DNI.
Unleash Tom Tillis is everyone's favorite Tom Tillis. Hi again, everybody. It's now 5 o'clock in the East. First, there was Elon Musk, and now, according to one U.S. senator you heard there's Bill Pulte, the man who is now the nation's acting director of national intelligence, who has zero intelligence experience under his belt, is currently cutting jobs at the agency he has led for not even 3 full days. That is according to a senior White House official, following through on a directive given to him from Donald Trump. Top Democrats on the Senate and House Intelligence Committees wrote a letter to Pulte stressing this, quote, given your lack of experience within the intelligence community, it is difficult to imagine that in such a short amount of time, you've already developed fully informed views as to how to shrink ODNI without incurring risks to national security. Meanwhile, an explosive new piece of reporting in the Washington Post to tell you about, raising even more questions about risk to national security in this office specifically. These are about Pulte's predecessor, Tulsi Gabbard. Washington Post reporter John Swain details his lengthy investigation into Tulsi Gabbard's relationship with a religious leader whom she once described as her guru. The man is named Chris Butler. He led an organization called The Science of Identity It's a Hare Krishna group. Swain reports this, quote, some former members, however, have called the group a cult and said disciples were isolated from the outside world, characterizations the group denies. Former devotees had been telling me for weeks that Butler controlled his followers' major life decisions and demanded total obedience and secrecy. They said that he spent years working to extend his reach into politics, and they suspected Tulsi Gabbard's rise in Washington was the culmination of that effort. Swain's investigation uncovered hundreds of confidential memos that appear to include direction and guidance for Tulsi Gabbard. Quote, some contained instructions on what legislation she should propose, which policies she should embrace, and how she should conduct herself on television. They had an air of authority. MS Now has not independently confirmed the reporting, but it's striking to read Swain's findings and then to watch what's publicly available in terms of how Tulsi Gabbard spoke on television. Quote, an October 12, 2015 memo labeled CNN Wolf Blitzer Talking Points Final contained this language about reports that she had been asked by Democratic leadership not to attend a presidential debate. Quote, it's not a boo-hoo, I don't get to go to the party situation, Wolf. And here's what she said to Wolf on CNN that same day.
The issue here is not about me saying, boo-hoo, I'm going to miss the party.
Looks like she took those notes to heart. Swain's reporting is a deeply alarming look into potential ties, connections, and motivations of a former member of Congress, and until last week, the one person in our country who was put atop 18 U.S. intelligence agencies. The journalist spoke with a former member of this religious group who also worked for Tulsi Gabbard's congressional campaigns. Her name is Rebecca Salzberg, and adds this reporting, quote, the documents, together with Salzberg's explanation of them, raised remarkable questions. Had a reclusive guru been secretly trying to steer Tulsi Gabbard's actions as a public official? And could that shed light on the improbable arc traced by one of the most unconventional shapeshifters in modern American politics? Questions about U.S. national security as we learn more about the former DNI is where we begin this hour.
Muted. Sorry about that. Damn. Okay. Yeah. Check this out now. Sorry about the mute. Thanks for letting me know. Yes. This is a link. If someone wants to come up and have a back and forth dialogue with me, I like that. I think you should hop up. There's the link to, use the Discord app. That's what it's for, right? If you want to have a back and forth dialogue with me. Now, if you don't want to have a dialogue with me and you just want to say whatever you want to say, go for it. Say it in the chat, but it's not going to be something I can really run a show on and do. I can't do chat conversation. I can't wait for you to make a comment and then try to decipher it and then it just be like, commenting from here. Come and join me on equal ground where I am. I'm going to put it in for everybody here. And also don't delete so many comments. As long as they're not throwing out insults, just let the comments be. They don't have to be true comments. They don't have to be anything about truth. People like to assume a lot. And people also can be incorrect all the time. That's why a lot of them don't hop up, because they don't want to be, embarrassed in front of other people, But the only people that can see the chat are people that look at the chat, Otherwise, people just see me and what I comment on. So just so you know, if you want some people to know who you are and you want to ask a question so the audience can see you and hear you, hop on up to the link. Use the link. Let me see. I'm going to put it here again. Hop up and dialogue with me. There it is. Very simple. Back and forth. Also, do your research. If you want to know about me, do your research. It's not like this. It's not hard to figure out who I am. Like, if you think it's hard to figure out who I am, you do poor research. Just go on my profile, look at some of the things that are there, put it in Google chat and say, who is this? Then you will find my book. But spend some time, man. It's not about you, bro. Come on now.
With Washington Post investigative reporter John Swain.
Let's get back to the news. Let's ask a question about the news.
Also joining us, former director of the CIA, our senior national security and intelligence analyst, John Brennan, who I'm sure never thought he'd be here fielding questions about the intersection of Hare Krishna gurus and intelligence. But here we are, Director Brennan. John Swain, take me through your reporting.
As you mentioned, this is based on documents provided to me by a former member of Tulsi Gabbard's faith group, Rebecca Salzberg. She worked both for Tulsi Gabbard and for Chris Butler, the guru. She passed to me hundreds of memos which document transcripts of calls between Tulsi Gabbard and an unnamed advisor. This person is always unidentified in these documents, but occasionally...
This story is turning out to be a huge story right here, because the communications between Tulsi Gabbard and her guru were commands, very direct things, succinct demands over a sustained period of time through email correspondence, right? Over sustained means long period of time, and the frequency is high. Not one communication, not two over a long period of time. many at a high volume for a sustained period of time, and she followed those commands. So that poses the basic question of, like, how does she, if she couldn't even do that job without taking commands, what the hell is she doing as the national, head of U.S. security? Like, is she ready for that job, or is she taking commands too? Who does she take commands from? Who did her guru communicate with? Did her guru actually have relations with other foreign governments? So this is turning out to be a national security scandal under the Trump administration, and maggots might want to put on their earmuffs and close their eyes like a horse, where the owner just whips you. But you can do that, but it's not going to make this disappear. This is huge. And like I was saying yesterday, every rank and file security person is watching them. I still feel, I know we talked about it, but I still feel she left because she's scared of where she is. And I think it's the same thing with Kash Patel. He can't come to work without hitting the bottle. It's what I suspect, because he knows everyone is watching him. I think that's what it is. These people, when you decide, the United States is the biggest government, basically has the biggest government on earth. So when you have that many rank and file people, they're watching you, and they're used to a standard. And guess what? They know that they can help their country. So they're all watching you. And if you're not even halfway impressive or up for the job, oh man, you probably will run. You probably will quit.
He's referred to as he or S sometimes, which we know to be a nickname for Butler within the organization. And as you mentioned, they contain remarkably direct guidance and directives for what Gabbard should say, what legislation she should propose in the House, talking points for TV appearances that she had. And I went through and compared these memos to what she really did do. And on several occasions, the match is remarkable. There are times when he says, do this the next day, do this tomorrow, and she releases a statement. The following week, she proposes a bill.
She's somebody's dog. She is somebody's dog. And I really love when maggots actually try to maggot-splain their way through this, because it lets you know exactly who they are. It lets you know how stupid they are in reality, because they are stupid. Like that, the rank and file maggot is not a part of the plan, the bigger picture. They're not part of the the hierarchy. The average rank and file maggot has no idea what the fuck is going on. They just are proud and just want to be anti-liberal so much they don't even realize what the fuck is going on. They're highly fucking confused, and they're probably going to remain confused for a while, but it's coming to an end slowly. I mean, when you have people like Nick Fuentes saying that the Democrats were right, he said the liberals were right. He didn't even say Democrat. He said the liberals were right. You know that these people are not that damn smart. And here's more evidence of that. Like, check this out. Yeah. It's people.
The liberals. You want to answer 4 questions real quick?
I'll fucking do it. Hell yeah.
What are the 3 branches of government?
legislative, senatorial. I don't know.
How many sides to a hexagon?
8, right?
How many sides do a hexagon have?
5.
What?
You guys are about to go to an
Octagon?
Yeah. We're here trying to prove that Republicans have more
Rank
common
and file
sense than
maggots.
liberals. Can you tell me what the second president's name was?
Taking too long.
Franklin? I mean, and can you tell me how many continents there are and the name of those continents?
7. Africa. Asia. Wait, no. Asia.
Mm-hmm.
Asia.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my God. So I got up here, over here, Europe, Asia. Is Africa one? Is Africa? I don't think Africa. Asia. Is Asia one?
We're here trying to prove that Republicans have more common
Rank
sense
and file
than liberals. We've
maggot.
got a couple quick questions. Can you tell me how many continents there are and the names of them?
Yes, there are 5 continents.
We're here trying to prove that Republicans have more common sense than liberals. We just have a couple quick questions. Can you tell me how many branches of the government there are?
You know? I think you know.
2?
So we want to show the
right.
Republicans have more
So
common sense than
as I wrote in my song, They Don't Know. That's my hit song right now on radio stations. They don't know. They don't know. They don't fucking know. And that's what this man is trying to fucking tell them, and they are not listening.
There is also
goddamn
these memos to what she really did do, and on several occasions, the match is remarkable. There are times when he says, "Do this the next day, do this tomorrow," and she releases a statement. The following week, she proposes a bill. There is also much harsh criticism of Tulsi Gabbard's performance in these memos, often in expletive terms, and telling her that she needs to improve her performance. And as you mentioned, there's this air of authority. There's this sense within these documents that the voice behind them has control of what this person does and says.
Now, I just wanted to say that
what is a group?
no maggot has hopped up from the chat yet. Maggots, where are you? Maggots, come here, maggot. Here, maggot. What do you need? Some rotten flesh or something to come out of your hole? Hop up. The chat is open. I mean, the panel is open. Here's the link. Maggot link. If they speak a language at all. And I'm talking about a recognized language. Okay? None of that maggot swamp talk. Okay? We want a real language, okay? I can hold up an app, it can record it, it can translate to me if it's an actual real language. But swamp language, it won't work, okay?
And what is this religious group?
Chris Butler, in the late 1960s, when the Hare Krishna movement first was founded, he joined it in Hawaii. He was a college dropout, and he was a sort of charismatic, lean, good speaker. And he built a kind of band of devotees, followers. And over the years, that merged together, morphed into what's called the Science of Identity Foundation. And for decades now, he's run this organization in Hawaii. Tulsi Gabbard's parents were among his devotees in the early 80s when they moved to Hawaii.
Somebody said maggot languages, Trump good, Biden bad. Yeah, you're right. Exactly. They speak exactly like that.
With her as a young child and her siblings. She was raised in it. They all have spiritual alternative names that they use.
Season Troll. What's up, Season Troll?
And, publicly, the Science of Identity Foundation and Butler present themselves as being concerned with yoga and with chanting and with matters of spirituality and diet and those sort of things. However, former members tell me and have told other reporters that behind the scenes, there's a different element. There is control. There is
cult behavior, lunatic cult behavior. There's secret punishment groups. There's probably little,
dictation of who should marry who and when.
Yep, a dictation. That's basically right there. They're probably sleeping with each other too. On top of that, because the yoga master says so. You have to do it. he has many wives. I mean, how many wives? I don't know. I'm just saying it sounds like the same old cult shit that you always hear. It doesn't matter what the denomination, what religion it is. They all do the same shit at the end of the day when it's a cult in the name of anything. Really? I'm serious.
And there are
this may as well be the same as what's the guy that's in jail now, Dr. York? This may as well be the same thing. Seriously, seriously.
That people have to follow and to work for Butler for free. And as you said in the introduction, several former members have described it as a cult, which the group obviously disputes.
Did any of your reporting suggest that information flowed in both directions? I mean, is there any need for any sort of examination of whether or not any secrets went the other direction from Tulsi Gabbard to her guru?
My reporting didn't find that.
This is the key question that is going to be examined, and pretty much you could guess the answer is yes. Who knows? But I'd be betting 100% that not only is it that some secrets went out, that's exactly what she's been doing the whole time. Loads of secrets. And she thinks the American people are stupid, right? And because these maggots are stupid. These people, Tulsi Gabbard is not afraid of a maggot, right? They use maggots every day, right? They're scared of the liberals. That's who Tulsi Gabbard is scared of. They're scared of the liberals, and they're scared of the Constitution. They're actually afraid of the American people, not the maggots, because the maggots, although a lot of them are American, obviously, but they don't tend to care about the country in that way, right? They don't tend to care about other citizens, and they really have it a hard on for power, right? Because they always viewed the establishment as against them. A lot of them have this Confederate background, right? So they always see that, the Union is bad. The blue is bad. That's who the Union is. The Unionists are the blue. Today, the blues are the Democrats. Back in the day, the Reds were the Democrats. You see what I'm saying? Back in the day, until the Civil Rights era hit, right? Then it changed. Then all the blues, but the blues have always been the Yankees, right? They've always been the Union, right? And the Confederates have been the Reds. That's why they chose the red color for Trump. That's what they lean on. They lean on Confederate generals, Confederate ideology. And when they talk, they always slip in these things that let you know they really have this Confederate thinking. Like they don't like the Bill of Rights. Why don't they like the Bill of Rights? Because it actually gives people rights that they didn't want to have rights. In the Confederacy. In the Confederacy, they didn't have that type of Bill of Rights. They had it different. Also, on top of that, even though the country was founded, the colonialists all had slaves pretty much. We're talking about the wealthy colonialists. Doesn't matter where you were from. But when the United States became a country, right, they already had talks about disbanding, breaking away from slavery, right? They already had this conversation, right? And Britain knew that, right? And one of the issues of slavery was labor and also free labor, right? And so they didn't want Britain getting that free labor, from Confederates. They didn't want that. And also there was an issue of ethics and morals. So even when the United States started, there was a big debate over should they just eliminate slavery right then from the start, or but the bottom line is that they basically intended to totally eliminate it, just even from the beginnings. You see what I mean? And if you read about the founding fathers, you would know that they discussed that thoroughly. Whereas though the Confederates, the reason why they fought against the Union is because they knew the Union was going to do that. Ban slavery. The Union already knew it. So the Union had its own constitution, and they had their own army, and they were totally against the Union because of that. You see what I mean? Even if it wasn't in writing, that's why they wrote it so in a funny way, to try to bring as many people along as possible and then chop them off. And that's pretty much what they did. not saying that there weren't racists, but the issue of slavery is a different topic. Racism is one thing. Chattel slavery is another. That's another built-on component. So you have to kind of see how they work. Just because you didn't have slaves doesn't mean you weren't a racist. And just because, you see what I mean? So there's that kind of dynamic going on in the history. But in any case, Tulsi Gabbard don't know shit about that. But let's continue now. So these people, they align themselves with oligarchs. This is who they are. This is the truth about the Reds. They don't believe they can win fairly, so they align themselves with people that are not really pro-American. They're not really, how can you say this, patriots, right? Elon Musk is not a patriot. Peter Thiel is not a patriot. These are people with 3 passports. You see what I mean? They don't want you to have universal health care, because why should you have that money when they can just have it? That's how they think. And they want to swindle American people. Who are the swindled? American people are the most swindled people in all of the West, right? Somebody was talking about this the other day, or just in the chat, talking about capital tax gains, right? And if you file them early, right, under a year, you pay what your personal tax would be, and in the U.S. that's generally considered 37%, right? But if you wait over a year, it's 20% the tax on the same capital gains, right? So someone, I forget who it was talking about this in the chat on one of my posts, right? And but 37% is the lowest tax bracket in Denmark. And guess what you get for that 37%? So this guy, you see, a lot of Americans are accustomed to paying the same tax that the lowest bracket in Denmark pays and getting nothing for it. Nothing at all. So this is where these MAGA people, this red thing from the Confederacy, being disloyal to the United States of America and supporting people like Elon Musk, Peter Thiel, that they really don't give a shit about the United States of America. They just see you as a cash cow because you're 350 million people in the biggest economy on earth. They don't like you.
Okay, this matters. Please pay attention. For the first time ever at the G7, AI CEOs, they were not on the sidelines. They were in the room with presidents and prime ministers, being treated less like corporate executives and more like global power players, more like heads of state. That is because these tech companies are not just shaping business, they are creating the future of the world's economy and security. The group chat is here. Ron, what does that say about who's really in charge and where the power really lies, right? Again, we just talked about it during commercial. Massive business leaders have always had the ear of political leaders. This is different. They're not just, sometimes we go to these big events because we get these bilateral meetings. No. They're in the official meetings at the big table.
It's unprecedented. You know, I've covered a number of these, back when I was full time, and you never saw a corporate leader walk out with a head of state, to have a conversation. There were always side conversations among the Sherpas, as they were called, and business leaders and others. But you did not see the heads of countries, sitting at the table with tech CEOs or even industrial CEOs back when I was doing this on a more regular basis. And it's elevating them to a level of policymaking, which didn't exist, in my experience. And it's also putting them on equal footing with global heads of state, which is also something you didn't see. When I was growing up, as it were, if Bill Clinton called Jack Welch, Jack would go see him. Not quite on bended knee, but he would go see the president because the president called. They're flipping the script, where leaders are seeing these guys. It's really unprecedented in so many ways. And it's also a little scary because the way in which they are concentrating power to their own ends is vastly different from what we've seen from other business leaders in the past.
Charles?
Yeah, I was going to describe this as alarming, but having heard that, I think I'm going to move it up to terrifying. No, but it's an acknowledgement, obviously, that maybe the next great transformations will not be done by nature.
All right, so this is interesting right here, because Charles Sykes, right, is actually one of the individuals for quite some period in time that is spoken about NATO, I believe, right, and their approach to Russia, right. He didn't necessarily agree. Let me make sure I got this right. Here, let me see something. I just want to make sure. I believe this is true. I just want to make sure. I don't want to do the man any damage. Oh, okay. Maybe wasn't he out there saying something recently about Russia in the last defeat? Right. About Ukraine. Let me see. Sykes is a staunch advocate providing continuous. Oh, okay. Wait a second. So this is not him. I'm sorry. That's my fault. Let me let it continue then. Here we
Nation
go.
states, not by politicians, but through this technology, this wave that is coming at us in a way that we just are not prepared for, that we don't understand. But it is interesting. We've been talking about this concentration of power, this rise of the new oligarchs, the people who are controlling our destiny. And that is a very, very big deal. The fact that they would be treated as heads of state, indicating that we are headed toward a new global order that we can't really even imagine at this point. But at some point, we have to decide, is AI going to be our master or our tool? Who is going to be the master?
You know what? I got him confused with Jeffrey Sachs. I'm sorry about that. All right, here we go.
Who is going to take agency for this, if anyone? Because right now, as you mentioned before, this is kind of the Wild West. And all of us are kind of being held hostage by it.
I don't know. Maybe Axios answered it because when they saw those images last week, they saw those AI CEOs and they said they look like heads of nation states.
Yeah, I mean, the economic and the political are blurring. We widen the aperture. We have to ask some broader questions about democracy. How are these folk held to account? What's the level of transparency here? How are we to think about everyday, ordinary people who are working? We're in a moment where there's a massive transformation in the very nature of the economy, how we're going to take care of ourselves, how we're going to live our lives. There needs to be a conversation had about our relationship to work, about all of these. So we're in a moment where Marx and Adam Smith might not be our best resources. We're going to have to begin to think about this at a different level. And it seems to me that can't just happen in back rooms. Yeah. Everyday ordinary people are going to have to engage in a conversation about what will my life look like? What will the life of my children and my children's children look like with these folk in back rooms making deals?
Since you're bringing up.
Yeah, I see someone, Cope and Seth, why don't you hop up on the chat? Yeah, but Americans are the most swindled people in the West. They are. And I mean that, rationally speaking, like swindled out of their hardworking, sweat. Swindled out of it. Yeah. Americans basically are treated worse by their own government. And I mean, just on the regular, I mean, even before Trump, they're treated worse by their own government than any other people in the West. And how do I know that? Because I've lived in both, so that's how I know. And I've seen the problems, and I know the theoretical arguments, and I know the practical differences on the ground in both places. You see what I mean? So, yeah. I've done a lot of research on the matter, not just theoretical, not just the numbers, not just the quantitative, but also the qualitative, and then also ground research, on the ground, dealing with people in real life. So I'm confident in saying that. And I think if you don't know that, you probably haven't lived anywhere else outside of the United States to even know it. You see what I mean? Yeah. But the data should tell you. If you want to be honest, the data should tell you, but a lot of people are so egofied and arrogant as Americans, they actually think they're doing well, and other people around the world in the West are looking at them like, what's wrong with these people? But they don't want to tell you because they actually are your allies and they want to be polite. But me, where I come from, I'm Washington, D.C., I'm not going to it's over. There's no more politeness in it. You need an American to tell your ass some things. And and if you have any brains, you will take these words seriously and make some changes. Go look in the mirror because it's over. It is over. Those days are over. You have crossed everyone. This administration has crossed every American, and then they have crossed every one of our allies too. It is over. The days of being polite and expecting better from you people that supported Trump are over. You will never, ever get power again. You have just blown your wad. it's over for you, and the clock is ticking. So sell whatever property you have and get the fuck out of the United States of America before it's too late.
Ancient economists, there was one Thorsten Veblen
before the liberals get power again.
about going up the ladder, but then always falling back down. And this is what we're in danger of seeing right now. And we're also...
Why?
Because you can only go so far with a limited set of skills. When you have Dario Amodi from Anthropic saying that 50% of mid-level jobs are going to be destroyed and we're going to have an unemployment rate of 10 to 20%, you wonder at what, to what aim is all this being done? Is it to the benefit of the working population? You go back to and you can say what you want about Henry Ford's personal beliefs and characteristics. He and Milton Hershey both knew that you paid your employees enough to afford the products that they were making, and you built community, and you created an environment in which it wasn't fully shared prosperity. They were very wealthy men, but it was certainly leveling the playing field in some way or shape or form. This is disrupting the playing field in ways we've never seen before. If their claims about job destruction and human obsolescence,
the playing field was already not fair. The Americans, even before Trump, already had an unfair playing field that they walked on every single day, especially according to the numbers. The numbers tell it all. You work 40 hours a week full time. That means your benefits are caught up in that. Your unemployment is caught up in that. So many different things, and you making it to 40. Everybody else less to make full-time work. I mean, right off the bat, you should know that there's a problem right there. I mean, but the numbers get worse the more you get involved in the numbers. American citizens just never did the fucking numbers. And that's called laziness. But I'm going to tell you, you are a victim because these people in the U.S., they never wanted you to do the numbers anyway. That's why they fucking make school so difficult for people to get in. That's why they fucking make everything. So they want to keep you busy so you don't have time to sit down and think like everybody else in the West. Seriously, the numbers are fucked. They've always been fucked, but this administration has just made it painfully obvious. That's all that happened. They just blew the wad. Now people are going to do the numbers for the first time, and when American people do the numbers and they find out that their country has basically just been shitting on them for a while, they're going to want to address the politicians. Because the politicians did have time to do the numbers, and they definitely know what you don't know. They know everything that I'm saying is actually true. And that's why when I go back to the U.S. and I shake these people's hands and I speak with them, and then they ask me as an African American or American, they ask me where I'm from. I tell them I'm from D.C., born and raised in D.C., born and raised in Freedman's Hospital, today Howard University Hospital. They know what that means. And then I tell them, but as a grown ass man, I live in Copenhagen, Denmark. And Denmark is a great country, and they know it. They're like, whoo. They get the shivers because they know that I know. They know that I know that, and I know that they know that I know. Okay, and you can't fool me. You can't fool me because from that position I can look them dead in the eyes, and they know that I know. You see, but you can fool the rest of the Americans if you want. You can fool them if they want, but Americans that actually travel and live outside of the United States of America, that live in Europe, we all fucking know the deal. We all fucking know the deal. And it doesn't matter if you work in the embassy abroad, in Europe, and you're American, you know the deal too. Everybody knows. The joke is only on the Americans inside the country that are too busy to fucking do the math. But Trump makes it hard on you, so you're going to do the math this time. Yeah.
Are actually true.
Math is going to be your best friend finally.
We have a political class that cannot figure out how to solve the problem of algae, and we're hoping that they are going to figure out the future of AI.
Yeah. Well, they also all need to get paid, and the people who they look to get paid from are these massive tech CEOs. I don't necessarily mean directly, but they have to get reelected, and the amount of money these people have, the amount of influence they have, is unprecedented.
Well, Elon Musk has more money than half of the fucking earth put together. The money he has is what all of the lower class, every lower class person on earth has. Like, I don't mean extremely low. I just mean the lower half. The lower half. That means like That means lower middle class and down, basically. Elon Musk has as much money as all those people. And you know what that half is? That's half. That's half of the population of Earth. Yeah. Anyway, Mitch McConnell, I hear Mitch McConnell's in the hospital. Who said that? Yeah, that was Juliana. What's up, Juliana? She says, I think Mitch McConnell's in the hospital. Is the last days a number? Yeah. Thanks for nothing. Thanks for nothing, old dog. You could have saved us from Trump, but you stopped that. You stopped that from happening. If it wasn't for Mitch McConnell, Trump almost was not going to be the president. He would not been able to run. They had a bill on the floor to stop this shit, and Mitch McConnell just wouldn't do it. He was the one vote, I think, pretty much that they needed. Something like that. Don't quote me on that, but I believe if you research, you will find something about that. He talks like he's tired of Trump. He talked like he was tired of Trump in the last term, but in the end, after the insurrection, he didn't do the right thing. He just shut the fuck up. And that's going to be his legacy in his dying bed, knowing that he didn't die on principle. That's his choice. It's his choice as a man.
Well, this is the point. You know, if you have $100 million, you can buy pretty much anything, right? Anything in the world, except, I don't know. But when you become a billionaire and a trillionaire and a multi-trillionaire, what is left to buy other than power? And I think that's the threat that we have to the Democratic
Fix a
order.
thorn.
That
What's up?
Concentration of power and influence that's going to wipe out so much. And I think there will be a counter-revolution. I mean, you want to talk about, this instability here. You're going to see a backlash. Whether the backlash comes before or after the bubble bursts, I can't say.
We have to go to.
There is going to be a counter-revolution, and I think this is where these people are getting scared. Like Tulsi Gabbard, goddamn Peter Thiel. Yeah, that's right. Elon Musk, if he had any brains, he would be scared too, but he probably doesn't, because the dope. You know what I mean? The dope is going to go to the ego. It probably is like, yes, I can do anything. Invincible. Dope makes you feel invincible. But even a dope head like Hitler had to pay the piper, and it's coming. And I'm going to tell you, American people, when they decide to do something, it's going to get done. It is going to get done. And American citizens have more guns. Fuck the police and the goddamn military. Just the citizens alone have more guns than all the citizens of China and Russia put together. So, okay, you want to fuck around with American citizens with their freedom? You want to fuck around with their sovereignty? You want to fuck around with their allies? All right, buddy.
Talk about this instability here. You're going to see a backlash. Whether the backlash comes before or after the bubble bursts, I can't say.
We have to go to commercial, but Ron is mentioning all of these famous economists. I just have to give you a moment. I want to ask you this morning. We learned that early today, long time.
Chinese have 1 billion more people. You might want to know what they do about guns in China. You might want to. And that might make a big difference in what I just said. It's not the amount of that tells you how many goddamn guns Americans have. You're sitting in the one country where the people have more guns per person than anywhere else on earth. Combined. You know what I'm saying? Like, really, I'm serious. I'm not joking. This is public information. The American citizens, just the citizens alone, have more guns than the Chinese citizens and the Russian citizens put together. Although Russia doesn't have that many people, only 150 million people, but seriously. So these people know that. And I'm telling you, they know. You know what I'm going to start saying? James Madison. That's all I'm going to start saying. It's going to be a James Madison moment in the United States of America.
I'm head of the Federal Reserve.
If you're afraid, that might be your instincts telling you the right thing. You might want to pack your bags and leave, for real, just like Peter Thiel did.
Alan Greenspan passed at the age of 100. Of course, he's also the husband of our dear friend and colleague Andrea Mitchell. What an impact he had on the United States, on our economy, on the Fed.
Our sincere condolences to Andrea. I mean, I started visiting Alan in 1996, just weeks after his irrational exuberance comments for off-the-record meetings for 10 years. And, I think what people didn't understand, in addition to, sometimes his commentary before Congress, but he was a brilliant economist. He had a wry sense of humor that few ever got to see. And he also, was extremely patient and generous with his time. I mean, I must have gone down 3 or 4 times a year to have him explain what was going on at the Federal Reserve. There were certain
you just couldn't understand?
No, yeah, for the most part, yeah, I couldn't understand. But I mean, he was extraordinarily generous, and he was honestly an extremely good man. And I think he reshaped the Federal Reserve in ways that may start to be unwound with this new administration. He was the first, beyond Paul Volcker, who began to open up the Fed and allow for greater transparency for us to understand and anticipate what the Fed was going to do. If those changes get rolled back, I think it'll be to the detriment not just of markets but to individuals as well.
All right, so look, just to let people know this is the moment in time that people are living in, right? And if you want to know why people are leaving, running and leaving office, yeah, and you want to know why Kash Patel doesn't particularly have a nice time at work? I told you it's because the rank and file in the United States has the biggest government on earth. That means the rank and file, the brick and mortar workers are the biggest government workforce on earth too, right? Maybe China can rival it, in terms of numbers, but let's say second, if not first, second, it's the U.S. It's per person. It has the biggest, right? Now, coming with that, means that you got a lot of people watching you. Every single move you make when you go to work, Tulsi Gabbard, Kash Patel, Pam Bondi, all these people are watching them. And who else can affect their life? The American citizen can. The American citizen is watching while these people cover up for their leader, and their leader tells people openly, you don't give a shit about their hard times. Making sure Iran doesn't have a nuclear weapon is more important than the American citizens' hard times. The guy who's known for saying, let them eat cake in orange goblin language, right? He basically says, let you people eat cake. And that's why the government is horrible to the United States people. But here is a fact that if nothing else works, if the government does not do its excellent duty, because the American people have waited even since Jan 6, even since Trump left with top secret documents that he wouldn't voluntarily give back when asked. Given the fact that we've had to live through all of that and a new Trump administration with a bunch of stooges in it, wholesaling the United States government, the people's house, the people's information, the people's property, just wholesaling it out, the Jeffrey Epstein class, right? The oligarchy. Since we have people like that, if the government doesn't work to do its job, guess what does, according to James Madison? According to James Madison, one of the founding fathers, and this group that he represented, the Federalist. I believe it's the Federalist. Yes, absolutely. American citizens own significantly more guns than Chinese and Russian citizens combined, and it's isn't even close. It's not even close. Okay, it's not even close. In fact, American citizens own more firearms than the civilians of any other country on earth, both in total numbers per capita. Yeah, James Madison. Know who James Madison was? You want to look up some of his writings? What he thought about gun rights and why he thought the Second Amendment was so important and what he thought the Second Amendment would be useful for? Tyranny, a tyrannical government, if that should happen in the United States. According to data compiled by the Small Arms Survey, the leading global research project tracking armed violence and firearms, the breakdown highlights a massive gap. I mean, it is what it is. If people want to research it, you can research it, but it's just very simple. Estimated civilians owned weapons, 300, almost 400 million weapons in the United States for civilians. It's only 350 million citizens, civilians, and most of them don't even own weapons. A lot of them don't even own weapons, but, not most, but a lot don't. China, 49 million. See, but some of these maggots want it to become China. And really, you better understand something. Elon Musk and them, they want it to become like China. They are actually fucking scared. They are totally scared of American citizens and their guns. And if you sit back and don't do anything fast enough, they will have robots come and take your goddamn guns from you. That's exactly what they intend on doing. And if you want to play this slow, drag it out thing, pretty soon you're going to have robots coming because, they've been talking about this forever. The oligarchs are smart. The people kind of waver sometimes, right? The oligarchs know that if the government doesn't work, there's only one. See, they think they could take over the government, and they're right. They could. They did. They try to take over the government. But if all else fails, then there's the people with the guns, the Madisons, right? And so they're very aware of the Madisons. And that's what they fear the most. See, the government, the leaders can be bought because the United States doesn't really have much anti-corruption laws on government officials. It's basically open. The elections are basically, anyone you could donate millions and millions of dollars. Why does somebody who wants to be a civil servant need $1 billion to run for office? Why does one need $5 million to run for office? You're just going to be another rank and file. You're just a goddamn civil servant. Why should that election cost you so much? It's because of the corruption in the United States of America. It's for sale. It's bought. It's controlled by the TV. Why do you think you don't have universal health care? Why do you think you don't have universal education in the wealthiest Western nation on earth? Why do you think that is? Why do you think you're the only ones that don't have that? When you don't even need to be halfway as wealthy and everyone could have that. Why do you think that is? Why do you think that is? Why do you think the fucking legacy media, CNN and all of them, they're not doing this story? I'm doing the story. Why do you think they're not telling you what the difference is in the healthcare system from the U.S. or outside of the U.S.? Let's say specifically, let's say Denmark. Why do you think they don't tell you about the differences, the cost and the volume, the cost and the value of the healthcare or the education system in the United States compared to Denmark? Why do you think they don't have stories like that? Is it because you don't want to know? Is it because you think it's not important to know? Right? Or is it because they don't want you to focus on that? Because they're paid by the oligarchs. They get a tax break from Trump, legacy media. Even the one we're watching right here, even them. They get a tax break. That's why they don't do that story. But let's continue. Let's continue. This is how our Iranian drone... Iranian drones are hitting, Trump's poor planned military shit. Let's see.
What a U.S. fighter jet pilot saw right before ejecting over Iran. His plane was shot down in April, and at the time, President Trump said it was from a shoulder-fired missile. Well, according to sources, the pilot saw multiple Iranian drones.
Turned out to be a lie, but American people, specifically maggots, are okay with being lied to. Why? Because maggots are just fucking dumbasses. They have no integrity. You could lie to it. You could do anything you want to a maggot. Maggot ain't gonna do shit about it. Just don't respect them. Walk all over them. Take back what is yours because they don't care if their own leader just lies to them repeatedly. These people are suckers. They know nothing. They ain't gonna do shit to you.
Drones swarming and moving in a formation that looked like jellyfish. One of the sources described it as a, quote, real alien. These sources speaking to my colleagues Zach Cohen and Katie Bo Lillis. That fighter pilot was later rescued by special forces.
CNN senior national security reporter Zachary Cohn is here with us in the Situation Room with his exclusive reporting. Zach, tell us a little bit more about what the pilot described seeing and how the intelligence community is reacting.
Yes, sources say that this description really shocked U.S. intelligence officials who were conducting this debrief of this pilot who was shot down and then subsequently rescued after they were shot down over Iran in April. And our sources say that the pilot was talking about witnessing multiple drones that were interconnected, with the larger drones operating above the smaller ones acting sort of as legs, all of these drones moving in unison, which suggested that there was interconnectivity between them. And that's something that we're told was not something the intelligence community, the U.S. intelligence community, was really tracking as far as Iran's drone capabilities are concerned. Another source characterizing the pilot's account as describing a minefield of drones, and initial reports did acknowledge the possibility that these drones could have in some way enabled the Iranians to shoot down this F-15 fighter jet, which would be a pretty remarkable moment in this conflict, given this was the first instance in which a manned U.S. aircraft was shot down by the Iranians. Now, there are some questions as to whether or not this pilot did actually see what he described as seeing in this debrief. For one, the pilot was concussed from being shot down, and two, this was actually the second time he had been shot out of the sky during the weeks-long conflict with Iran. He was one of the pilots that was hit by friendly fire over Kuwait just a few weeks before that, too. But all that taken into account, this did spark a debate inside the U.S. intelligence community about Iran's drone program and Iran's drone capabilities, and if they were able to achieve this new capability as far as the U.S. was concerned, how did they manage to do that without intelligence agencies seeing that happening? And one idea,
because they're getting help from the inside to avoid them seeing it. I mean, come on, you got stooges in the house. You know, they're all traitors. You know, basically Russia, Iran, China. You know, all these people, they're in the government of the U.S. government now. Their stooges are in there. That's how. Same reason why you wouldn't know about Jeffrey Epstein. You see what I'm saying? Same reason. Like, seriously, I'm serious. It's the same reason why you can't get the Epstein files out is the same reason why they didn't know about this. It's because someone is purposely keeping it from the American people. Someone is purposely finding a way to make sure that the people who can do something about it or should do something about it or should know something about it won't. You know, it's that simple. Not to the extent to where they could do something. And but let's just keep in mind, even if they did, it's the Pentagon, or they wouldn't necessarily make it public. But in this case, this is a situation where they could, and they might. Now that it's hitting the public, now that it's in legacy media, now that the secret is out, they probably will have some explaining to do. But people are definitely going to find out. It is pretty much a failure because you know that they didn't know. This is how. Because if they knew, they would have prepared for it. And the fact that they did not prepare for it means they actually didn't know. Pretty much. It leans in that direction. Now, even if they knew, they would prepare, and they might not tell the public about it because that hinders preparation. But hey, if your jet gets knocked down out of the sky and you have a pilot describing something that he's saying they weren't prepared for it. You know, they're telling you that. They were not told. You know, obviously it's pretty much a wrap, you know, so there is a failure happening in the highest levels right now. And it means that what else, you know, you have to ask the question, how prepared is the United States military right now in this moment? Because that's what counts. You can't do anything about it if you're not concerned about right now, what's happening right now, the state of it right now. It goes to question, like, how prepared are you to defend the country at all from a war type of situation outside? We know they're not prepared on the inside. The inside, motherfuckers can just walk through. Their friends bring them in. Come on in. Come to Mar-a-Lago. Let me show you some top secret documents. Come on in. Let me nominate Kristi Noem. Let me nominate Kristi Noem for head of, director of Secret Service, director of information, director of security. Let's just put her up there. Who else can we get? Let's get Miss Piggy to fucking work somewhere. Let's get Kermit the Frog. Why not? Hey, fuck it. What about Mudfoot? Let's get him in here. Just anybody off the street and shit. I was hanging out, had a good time, met a nice lady. Fuck it. She's the national security advisor now. Let's get her in there. I mean, really, you're fucked. People are fucked.
that is the most likely scenario if this was in fact the reality of what the pilot saw, that they would Iran likely needed help from Russia or China in order to do this. Now there's a trail of evidence that suggests Russia and China have both provided drone technology to Iran, and that's something sources described to me as really the biggest indicator of how Iran could have achieved this capability.
Interesting reporting. Good work, Zach Cohen. Thank you,
You and
very,
Bo
very
Willis.
much.
Yeah.
Thank you. All right, back with us here in the Situation Room is CNN military analyst and retired Air Force Colonel Cedric Leighton. I wonder just what your reaction is to what you heard from Zach's reporting here, what this pilot purportedly saw, and the reaction from the intelligence community, the surprise.
Yeah, surprise is always a bad thing in the intelligence business, right, Pam? And so when you look at, what the pilot allegedly saw and Zach's reporting, and you combine all these factors, what is distinctly possible is that there is a new technology or at least new tactics being employed here. What this is similar to is basically there's a concept that even the U.S. Air Force has of having a manned aircraft serve as kind of the quarterback of a combined manned, unmanned fleet that would go after a set of targets. Now this is different because, according to this report, the basic idea would be that the quarterback is in essence played by a larger drone, and that larger drone would then be controlled by a ground controller somewhere in Iran, presumably. The way in which this would work would require a lot of sophisticated tactics and techniques to have been developed, and it's most likely, as Zach was reporting, that these tactics and techniques were developed either in China or Russia or a combination.
Exactly. They were not developed in Iran, and yeah. I know that there's a lot of Americans that are just too goddamn stupid to understand why this might be a serious threat, and they can't get their fucking head out of Biden's ass for a moment, or Obama's ass, to be able to really think past 8 years ago or 4 years ago to see what's going on today. But your country is likely going to be under attack, and and it's probably going to be allies that help you, the allies that you disrespected in some kind of way, not exactly for the same reasons that they would have done it naturally before. NATO and things like this. But just because, of course, whenever a large country gets into a conflict inside, it becomes a trash problem for a lot of other people too. So, they will probably do whatever they can to help, especially on the intelligence level. Right. But having said that, they're definitely going to make sure that it doesn't empower Trump or empower more maggots, because the maggots are the ones that basically threatened NATO. It's them. It's their belief system. They believe all the things that they say, which were lies and Russian talking points about NATO. And they followed that up, and they tried to exercise it and put it into play in Trump's administration. And they have. They tried to invade Greenland to break up NATO. They disrespected Canada to break up NATO allies. They pulled away from Ukraine to break up NATO. They tried to manipulate, the EU by pivoting from Ukraine to Greenland to get the EU from not helping Ukraine stop Russia from invading them and killing them and exterminating them. They wanted the EU to stop doing that and pivot over to Greenland. And the EU said, well, we can do both. Fuck you. Don't ever disrespect us, bitch. And then Trump was like, oops, sorry. Damn, I wasn't expecting that. And then everybody else was like, we were down here in Copenhagen protesting, saying, fuck Trump, man, in front of the American embassy, saying, yeah, we going to fight with the fucking Danes, bitch. Yeah, that's exactly what happened. And all the Americans is like, we going to fight with the motherfucking Danes. Don't you ever come here. Are you out of your motherfucking mind? Plenty of Americans can't move to Denmark and live in peace, man. Do you think we want this dumb motherfucker who doesn't care about anything destroying that peace? We have healthcare, motherfucker. Like, our kids go to school, get paid to go to school. Our kids have higher education. What the fuck? You ain't gonna fuck that up. People think Americans are like, shit, I want my elder care. What the fuck is going on here? And we went down there and had so many goddamn demonstrations in front of the fucking American embassy here. No disrespect to the rank and file that work there, but you know what time it is. But we will be back the next time too. We will be back. And yeah, you know, Americans outside of the U.S. are like, what the fuck is going on? But yeah, it will be to help. You know, we'll see who the next lefties are. The lefty is going to get help from everybody in the West. The blue is going to get help from everybody in the West, no matter what happens in the United States of America. If there's a goddamn civil war, the blue is going to get help from all those allies because they believe in democracy and they believe in the rule of law and they understand what the danger that this regime poses, not just to you, but to them. Nobody wants to see the United States go into a conflict and just have Russia and China take it over. You see what I mean? And that's exactly what will happen because that's what maggots want. You know, they want to give Alaska to Russia. Yeah, they do. They do.
Thereof, and then potentially adapted by the Iranians for the purpose.
You're a retired U.S. Air Force colonel. How do you defend against this so-called jellyfish formation of drones?
So that's going to be a real challenge for the Air Force and really all flying entities out there because a formation like this, first of all, it was a surprise to the pilot when he saw something like this. And then the other part of it is that the whole effort behind this is to create something that overwhelms the natural defenses that the pilot has as well as the electronic defenses that the aircraft would have. For example, an aircraft has something known as a radar warning receiver, and it's designed to really take a look at all the radar inputs that are coming that are possible threats to the aircraft. When you have multiple inputs or no input at all, but a threat like that, it's really hard to defend against that. So there is going to have to be, probably an integration of artificial intelligence into defensive capabilities. It's also going to really rely on the ability of the intelligence agencies to assess exactly what technologies were employed and what techniques were employed because the tactics and techniques are going to be critical to countering them. An understanding of that is going to be key.
It's impressive. The U.S. Pilot ejected in Iran, but was still rescued by U.S. military personnel.
Absolutely, and that speaks to a whole realm of combat search and rescue capabilities that are basically generations, light years ahead of what happened back in 1980 when we attempted the hostage rescue mission. The interoperability at that time, back in 1980, was far less than what it is today. This was a textbook rescue operation and was executed based on all accounts that we have right now, almost flawlessly. There were some issues with aircraft having to be left behind, basically blown up on the makeshift field, but that's, something that's relatively minor compared to saving not only the pilot's life, but all the rescuers' lives as well.
And it's incredible when you learn about this technology that there weren't more casualties or deaths or anything from the pilot, the Wizzo, and all the rescuers involved, right?
Absolutely, yeah, because normally the Wizzo's job or weapons systems officer's job is to really be able to help defend the aircraft against threats of any type, but specifically electronic threats. And this kind of an operation may either take place in a frequency, the command and control frequency that would be something that is not being picked up by our aircraft. That's a possibility. Or it may be done in a way where there is no radio transmission, where the systems operate autonomously and they've been pre-programmed to go after certain target sets. And the F-15 may have been a target of opportunity, or it may have been something that they had pre-planned and were basically willing to test this tactic against a flying manned aircraft.
They are going to test it, and the logic is very simple. Just like in Ukraine, things got tested. You see what I mean? And they want to test and find out what they can learn from it. So that's why Putin forced that war. You see, and it's the same thing with Israel here. It's like, unfortunately, Netanyahu he's his own group. They're out there on their own agenda. But if you think about Trump's stupid ass, why would you put the U.S. military in a situation where Russia and China can learn your tactical capabilities? Why would you do that? You see, and that's the issue. We should be planning, right, for future wars with new technology that we don't put out, rather than putting our forces in a situation where they have to fight and people can learn about their logistics and how they do and their weapons, right? So Trump and Netanyahu, they forced this knowing that their drones will be at play. They knew that. They knew drones would be at play. So all that got tested. And right now they've won. You know, Iran, Russia, even though Russia's getting its ass kicked in Ukraine, obviously, they lost that battle, right? They're getting kicked out every day. I even think they're losing Crimea now, but they lost that logistical hurdle and that military hurdle because Ukrainians were up to defend their country, but also they were very swift in implementing tactical things that the Russian military is now ready to deal with. But that's different from Russia forcing a situation using Trump. He forced our military now, and China's learning from that. The main recipient of that is China and Russia to less of a degree, but Russia's learning how much they can implement. That's a different degree. But China, everything China is learning, they can implement en masse. So that was a stupid conflict to be involved in. Plus, you can't, all you're going to do is hurt your allies and hurt yourself. You bring it up since your own oil is not government state oil, like a lot of other countries have a percentage that can be private without the taxpayers benefiting from it, without the rank and file average American benefiting from it. Like in Norway, let's say it pays for their hospitals, it pays for their schools, oil, and then the rest is privatized, right? Well, in the United States, it's all privatized. So what happens is when the price of oil goes up, American people pay for it, even though the American people may not even be in the fucking war. That's dumb. That's dumb. You see? And so, yeah, so the whole thing was designed to where the Americans pay for this conflict. You pay for it for Israel. You pay for it for Russia. You pay for it for China, and you pay for it for Iran, even though Iran lost they lost life, but they're not going to stand down just because an asshole like Trump or the Epstein people, they're laughing at that. Their leadership is laughing at that. Their leadership is saying, damn, you fucking men are sleeping with little boys and little girls. You're raping them. And someone like Russia has pictures. Someone like Israel has pictures and videos of your fucking leaders. You're talking about us, and Iran is sitting back saying they don't have pictures of our leaders. That's what it comes down to. You lose the ethical and moral battle. And believe it or not, part of war and part of conflicts is ethics and morals. It's going to come down to that. Why do you think Denmark said shoot first? Don't ask command. If the Americans invade Greenland, do not pick the phone up and call and ask what to do. Shoot first. That's exactly what Denmark said. That's exactly, yeah. Because they like, you ain't going to step on us. Who the fuck do you think you are? That's exactly how they react. And that's how a lot of people are going to react when it comes to being insulted, and invaded in pride. You know what I'm saying? So, yeah. It's interesting. Anyway, let's move on. There's more Trumpian news. Let's hear about this. The Iran war. Da-da-da-da-da. It's a doozy, ain't it?
I'm going to go join the Hoven tab over there. Good afternoon, everyone. This is an exciting season of our year. We are heading up now on the 250th anniversary, a celebration for our country.
Hey, yo, 2 seconds. I'm sorry. Please, everybody in the chat, click the like button. Everyone who's watching, do me a favor, click the like button. It's going to help more people find the stream right now, and it's going to help more people find the stream later. If you're spending your time here, obviously you like it. So let's get more people involved. And how you do that, how you do it. I mean, you're watching for free. It doesn't cost you any money. How you support that, your interest, is by clicking the like button and subscribing. In a minute, I'm going to put the chat in subscriber mode. So if you are a person that hasn't even bothered to subscribe, you might want to do that so you don't get locked out of the chat. That's going to be in a couple minutes, so you have a few minutes to subscribe. All right, let's hear some more.
And I think I can say that we are very fortunate to live in the greatest land, in my view, in the history of the world. And we can be enormously thankful and grateful to those who have come before us, who have sacrificed and served.
Yeah, like my ancestors, basically. Yeah, all the way back to the colonial period. So you're welcome. You're welcome.
To make that possible for the rest of us. And as we think about this 250th anniversary, it's also a good time to reflect on many of the things that we've been able to accomplish and the issues that we've been trying to address here in the United States Senate. First and foremost, of course, right now, as you know, is the housing bill. Just passed. It's going to be taken up by the House later and hopefully signed into law by the President. It gets at the very heart of an issue that I think is really important to the American people, and that's the issue of affordability. Home ownership has always been considered to be part of that American dream, and to be able to, put your flag in the ground and have some place where you can take care of your family, this legislation is going to make that more possible. And I can't think of anything that is a better way to celebrate the 250th anniversary of this country than making it easier for people to pursue the American dream of.
Yeah, Michael, come on in, man. The room is open now. The room is open.
Home ownership. And as we think about wrapping up this session of the Congress, and as we get into the upcoming election, Republicans continue to stay focused on keeping our country safe, on safe streets, on having the American people have more money in their pockets and better opportunities to get ahead. That's what our focus has been and will continue to be, and we look forward to the days ahead and hopefully more victories for the American people.
Yo, Michael, what's up? You there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, how's it going? Is the audio good? Everybody
Audio's
in the
good.
chat.
Audio's good.
Yeah, let me know how the audio is, everybody in the chat. What's good, bro? I'm here, man. Let's do it, man. What's your thoughts on this?
Well, I personally want to discuss these midterms.
Aha.
Democratic Socialists have been put on the map with major wins across the board.
Facts.
Blue wave is here.
Mm-hmm. Retribution is coming.
It is coming. It is coming. Especially when it comes to reform in the Democratic Party. Right now, we have a lot of Democratic Socialists within some of these more local positions that can back the movement from within, right? That can slowly make that happen on the local level. And these are the people who eventually will become, your main stage Democrats, right?
Yeah, you're right, man. Go ahead. Yeah.
No, yeah, these are the people who are going to become the main stage Democrats, right? And so with that said, that's where we will see the change, right? We will see the change when it comes to, our current situation with, the conservative majority or the Republican majority, but within the Democratic Party with this progressive change that is much needed, right? The people are asking for this. So it hasn't just been only here in New York. We definitely have, I think, at least 3 backed individuals from Mamdani who are a part of the Democratic Socialists. One is a strong progressive, Brad Lander, and then throughout the country we've been having just major success.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah,
I was going to ask you this.
Yep.
So I've been watching a lot of social media, Facebook, and this kind of stuff, in the discussion about Mamdani winning, and then also Janice, the presumptive nominee, or not presumptive, she's the nominee now for the real election in DC, mayoral election. So she's and DC's a Democratic stronghold, so all the Dems are pretty much going to get behind her. So that puts her in. She's a shoe-in to become the mayor. But let me ask you this: what I've noticed is that a lot of people don't know what the actual term Democratic Socialist means in American politics. A lot of people hear socialist and they think of a socialist country, and they don't realize there's not really too many socialist countries that exist. Like there's North Korea, There's North Vietnam. That means everybody gets paid the same wage, no matter what money you Cuba, you could say that everyone gets paid the same wage, no matter how much they produce, how productive they are, or whatever their job is. But that's not what democratic socialist means, right?
Absolutely not. Right. It is a progressive form of the Democratic Party, right? A less tied into corporate backing, more supported by the people, right? More ears to the ground, right? More visible, more transparent, more accountability. That is essentially with obviously the advocating of social programs to help your lower and lower middle class to have a sustained middle class, right? You know, the middle class in America has almost been dissolved. It's either you're either low middle class or upper middle class, and that range is just so wide that your regular middle class no longer exists in America. When we speak about affordability, that's what people are speaking of. Well, they may not necessarily know it, but that's what they're speaking of.
Well, Americans die early. You know, for Western people, Americans die early for a lot of reasons, health, it just stress, a lot of things like this. But I would say what I've been telling people is that it's democratic socialists are akin to what people call social democracy in Europe. Like it's capitalism. Capitalism still exists. It's just using capitalism to serve the actual public, the citizens, and opposed to and improving their life standards, right? Improving their longevity, improving their ability to live. You know, it's just working, making sure the tax system, the capitalism works for the people and not for the oligarchs only, making sure that everybody benefits rather than just a small few. But go ahead. I like what I'm seeing, man. I like what I'm seeing. I like the energy. And man, we got to do everything we can to help spread the logic and the understanding to people, because after all, the logic shouldn't be so foreign to them to what the tax system is supposed to be anyway. I mean, why are we now in the West the odd man out? Why are we the ones that all of a sudden don't believe that the tax system is to improve the lives of the citizens of the society? Why do we see taxes as being just something that should benefit the oligarchs? Like, it's crazy, bro.
Well, I think that's what Trump has done and the MAGA movement have done really well, right? They've galvanized a large group of Americans who weren't politically active, who don't know the nuances of political science or political ideology, right? These are your people who vote on buzzwords, right? And not policy. They have no idea what policies are. You ask them to name policies, they'll give you rhetoric. They'll give you what they regurgitated from, Trump's meeting last week, right? They won't give you an actual policy and how that's affected the people, either positive or negative, right? We can look at something as simple as just historically, what Republicans do, right? Which is tax cuts for the rich, cuts to social programs, and how that disproportionately leads to a K-shaped economy, right? Where the poor become poorer and the rich become richer, right? That wealth inequality drastically increases under Republican rule, and it's because of these tax cuts for the rich. And just so everyone in the chat and everyone in the live understands, when we make tax cuts for the rich, that means they are able to acquire more assets at a discount. They do not reinvest that money into society. They don't. They don't go, hey, you know what? Let me go hire somebody, or let me go pay my staff more. No, that is a chance for them to acquire more wealth at a discount. Right?
It's cheating the system. It's cheating the system.
Oh, I mean, if we have presidents like Trump and Nixon and Reagan, who historically have made those major cuts and touted it as a win for America, while Americans accept it and vote for it, that's where we're at right now with Trump, right? And I think Americans, unfortunately, had to learn the hard way and are still learning to an extent. When we start seeing these job sectors slow down, when we start seeing job cuts come at an all-time high, when we start seeing, these companies that are having massive layoffs while this administration's hiding said layoffs by not releasing our employment rates on a monthly by monthly basis, right?
We pay for government agencies to collect that data and release them.
Yes, we do.
They just hold it back.
And this administration in particular has held it back, right? When we speak about transparency, this has been one of the least transparent administrations because we're so forward with the data. In the past, maybe it might have taken a couple months to even get corrections and stuff. But now, since we are in a technology age, even independently, a lot of people have tracked the unemployment rate and the wage gains independently, and it shows that our economy is holding on by a string.
It is, bro.
And instead, we prop up these millionaires and billionaires. We surround ourselves with oligarchs.
They want more of your money before it crashes. The oligarchs want every last penny before the shit actually crashes, man.
Yes. And what they'll do is they'll blame the Democrats, like they've historically done. They'll blame Democrats and say, it's the Dems. They did it. They allowed illegal migrants to come. Right? Let's put this into perspective. When was
the old illegal migrant trick again? Distraction. I get it. Ooh. Wow, that's original. That's so. I found that in Reddit, man. Copy paste. Let me see.
And when we look at it, it's concerning because you would think that in an age of information, we'd be able to discern what the truth is, but people are so galvanized without necessarily doing the homework by themselves that they wait for talking voices and public idols like Trump to dictate how they should feel, right?
Mm-hmm.
Based off what they don't know.
Mm-hmm.
And that's the unfortunate part, right? But to circle back, these midterms are showing that. These midterms are forcing, educated voters to go out there and exercise their rights. Friars has touched on it in a couple of times. When it comes to people not voting, I think a lot of people have necessarily don't understand what their right to vote means and how you exercise it and how it impacts you on the larger and the smaller level, right?
Mm-hmm.
And Trump, at the end of the day, what I will say is he's been good at galvanizing his base. He's been good at making sure his supporters go out and vote, right? And not by mail-in. They will, go with their 3 teeth, 1 cane, and make sure that they stand however long they need to on a polling line while being registered to vote, right? Which is why obviously here we advocate for people to register to vote, right?
Mm-hmm. Exactly.
And so
if you want to scare rich people, register to vote. If you want to scare the oligarchs, register to vote. That will scare them. They will have nightmares once they see how many people are registering. And if you're not registered, why? I mean, don't get me wrong. If you're living in one of those states where they make it difficult for a convicted felon that has served his time to be able to vote, I understand that. But everybody else, vote and even talk about it. And even if they don't want you to vote, if you're a convicted felon and one of these states is not letting you vote, still get down with the people that are advocating for it. Make some noise because that law needs to be changed, man. That's your constitutional right. You serve your time, you should be able to goddamn vote. Did you know in Denmark people vote from prison? You can't stop a Danish citizen from fucking voting. What kind of bullshit is that? United States, that shows you the patriotism. The United States, man, they actually stop fucking citizens just because they committed a crime from voting. From voting.
But they call us the land of the free.
It's embarrassing. It is embarrassing, man. But I hear you, and I'm really happy about that. That people are. It seems like people are becoming more comfortable with the idea, at least that. Wait a second, the tax system is supposed to work for the citizens, all the citizens, and we're all supposed to lift each other up. That's what taxes are about, and the taxes are not just to lift up the wealthy, the class, so that they can become richer off of our tax dollars. No, it's for lifting up those that can't just be rich. They won't ever be a billionaire. That's what it's for. You see what I mean? And that's the masses. That's 99% of American, or 95% of American people, right? Or 98% of American people can't be billionaires, right? So, or more. It's 99%, right? 99.5%.
It's around like 96%. You have like about a 4% chance of becoming a millionaire,
right,
if you are born in a lower class or like lower middle class.
There
only
you
have
go.
like a 4% chance. You're better off winning the lottery at that point.
Yeah, exactly. So I'm happy about it, man. I'm happy. Americans, you should understand this. If you don't understand anything else, you're treated the worst in the West by your government. It is the biggest hoax in the West. Like, our congressional members, our senators, our presidents, I hate to say it that way, but let's just keep it real. Maybe they fight, some of them fight. Our Supreme Court, though, our Congress and our Senate, they are not patriots. They do not believe that you should have the same rights as every other Western citizen has. Why that is, you have to ask them. You have to ask them, because they live in neighborhoods. They have communities. They're supposed to be responsible for entire states. Why don't they want everyone in their own state having universal health care and universal education? Why? What's their argument? It can't be done. Well, if it can't be done, why is it being done everywhere else in the West? It's just shameful, man. It's shameful. And don't go for the okie doke. It's your country, the voters. It's your country. You decide what happens in it. Elon Musk might have $1 trillion, but he only has one vote. He could try to buy votes, but that's illegal, and that's a criminal activity. And he should go to jail, and you should chase him out of the country if he tries to do it again. Like,
and hopefully with the Democratic Socialist movement, that, when and now that they are gaining notoriety, that they address that, right? I think that's, a part of the bigger idea of, having some of these Democratic Socialists or the Democratic Socialist movement, is to be able to change the established Dems into holding everyone more accountable, including, both Republicans and Democrats. Right. And like you said, I think what people don't understand is they have such a very narrow perspective of what, political science and politics is, that they essentially don't understand. They hear socialist and they go crazy. They're like, oh my God, socialism.
They've been
and
lied
they don't
to.
have an idea.
They've been lied to, man.
Even the Democratic Socialists here in America pale in comparison to any Democrats in Europe. They pale in comparison.
Yeah.
Right? They look more center right and center left than they do Democrat.
Absolutely. The Democratic Party pretty much is a center right party. I mean, when you talk about what they've been able to do, it's center right. I mean, they haven't been able to get things, left. I can't even argue that they're center left, because center left in Europe, first of all, in Europe, the right wing and the left wing pretty much all agree on universal health care and universal education for their citizens. So it is right wing.
Not even a topic. Yep.
Yeah. It's extreme right wing in the U.S. It's an extreme form of right wingness, even if it is right wing. Is it supposed to be fascist to be a right winger? Is that what it's supposed to be? Is it supposed to be
the extreme form of right wing is fascism, right?
Yeah.
And the extreme form of left wing would be communism.
And it's crazy when you don't want your own people having the best, bro.
Yep.
That's just,
I mean, it shows in healthcare, right? Like you were discussing about healthcare. People are like, oh, America has the best healthcare system. No, we do not. No, we do not.
Yeah, exactly.
Right?
That's a
I was
fallacy.
recently looking it up, and it shows that we rank about 30th or 33rd
Yeah.
on a global scale,
Pretty low.
right?
Pretty low on a global
It doesn't
scale.
mean
Nowhere
that we
near
don't
the
have
top.
some of the nowhere, and it doesn't mean we don't have an innovative, comprehensive healthcare system. But it means nothing if it can help no one,
Right.
right? If the vast majority can't access it, then it's useless.
Yeah.
And that's what they don't understand.
Exactly. It could
Right.
be the best on earth, but they choose that it's 30 down there on the 30 level, through fucking it up. They work to fuck it up actively, and it's because the values of our congressional members are not the values of other Western nations. Just that simple. Yo, but I want to mention to everybody, I said about 15 minutes ago I was going to put the chat in subscriber mode and to give people a chance to subscribe so they won't be locked out of the chat. But, hopefully you did subscribe. Hopefully you clicked the like button because I'm putting it in subscriber mode now. So we're going to find out who, it's for free to subscribe, by the way. You don't lose anything, but there it is. So let's find out who spent all their time here and didn't bother to subscribe. They do it every day. You know what I'm saying?
Long, you might as well, right?
It's
You
like
might as well
it's
subscribe if
2
you're
hours in. It's 2 hours in the program, bro. They had a long enough, man. It's like, come on, get it through your thick head. You have to invest 1 second of your time outside of yourself, absorbment. Motherfuckers in copy paste mode and shit. Did you know the immigrants, man? The Democrats think about that. You don't think about the border wall. It's like, let me work on them to pull the immigrant out of a hat trick in every topic. But the immigrants, if it wasn't for the immigrants, it's like, damn, man. Well, now they done. So where they at? Look, where they go? They just disappeared. What? You don't have you don't know how to put the subscribe button and shit? Or maybe Trump didn't give you permission. Your mama won't let you subscribe. You gonna get in trouble? Okay. All right. Anyway, have to have some fun at the expense of the maggots. Oh well. But in any case, yeah. There they go. Now, let me ask you one more question about this. Do you know how many Democratic socialist candidates there are right now in the U.S.?
In total, there was about, this midterm?
Yeah.
To my knowledge, there was about 7 to 8 of them.
Only 7?
3 of them, yeah.
Okay.
3 of them being from, 2 of them being from New York.
Okay. So this is a new, let me look this up. My fault. Let me look this up while I'm here. So it is somewhat of a new development in the U.S. I'm happy to see it. It makes sense to me. I'm an American citizen. I live outside of the U.S. though. I live in Denmark. So everybody in Denmark has health care, universal health care. When you need to see a doctor, you go anytime. That's it. The prescription drugs are very low if you have to even pay for that. And, elder care is also part of the healthcare system. And everything, the healthcare system is very big in Denmark. People are very proud of it. And, keep in mind, elder care is a part of that. You see what I mean? That means they believe in being humane towards their elderly. That's what that means, bro. And I just have to say, you can always debate people on things that you think might be better or could be better, but you can't debate that Danes believe in taking care of their elderly. So I respect that. You know what I mean? And also I respect it for many reasons, because that's where my ethics and morals are. I understand that and principles. But the other thing is that my own goddamn country doesn't even believe in that. The most powerful country on earth at one time. What's the use of having power?
It's the reason why the Nordic countries rank the highest. They rank the highest in happiness. They rank the highest in per capita per person.
Yeah. And I'm one of them.
When it comes to earning.
I'm one of the happy people, man. I'm one of the happy people, man. That's why you see me smiling, bro. You know what I'm saying? Because I get to tell the trolls, hey, man, you might be going to hell, but not me. Okay? Now, You know what I'm saying? Like, I got my job, my union job. Okay, I have my little benefits and shit. But these are the benefits everybody has. You know what I mean? So if you unemployed, you have rights in Denmark too, or not unemployed. Maybe people that are even less than unemployed. Just there's people on welfare. That's a hard life to live in Denmark on welfare. But it's nothing compared to the hard life in the U.S. on welfare. Let's keep that in mind. But in Denmark, if you work, man, you're gonna have a pretty wonderful life and a happy life. You know, and if you don't, you're still going to be happy. Pretty much, you're going to know that. Damn, at least I'm here in Denmark and not in and not in the U.S. Woo! You know, yeah, man, it's something. I had to learn a lot from Danes, and happy to actually. It takes time as an American because we're not used to the system the way that it is. We're used to a different system, and we're used to a different logic that coincides with that system. So we're very cowboyish about shit, you know, and very immediate. We need that kind of dealing with people that are desperate to, you know, that really need things to happen fast. In Denmark, people don't move necessarily that way. They think a little more about the things they do. They take their time. They evaluate. Americans, a lot of our relationships are based really on need. It's not the individualism there is not totally there. It's a lot of what do they call it? Codependency. A lot of codependent behavior. You know, you wish you could get a bit away from abuse, but you can't because you'll be on the street. Type of shit. Seriously, man.
No, I mean, it makes sense.
That shit is crazy, man. But in any case, look, let's go. I'm only saying this because I know the maggots are listening. I could say it in a more in a way that's more befitting of the people that actually understand. But see, there's a lot of these maggots out there, and they're listening very close, and they're like, God damn, I hate when he says that. Good for you. I'm glad. Now, yeah, fuck them. Now, also, there's other reasons why to say fuck them. They like to make fun of Obamacare and all of that shit. But look, whose deal was better on Iran? Let's start off by asking that question. That's what inquiring minds want to know. The whole world wants to know that one.
Republicans criticized President Obama's nuclear deal, claiming it gave billions in cash to Iran. It actually was their own assets that were unfrozen. But Trump today said that he has lifted sanctions on the sale of Iranian oil for the next 60 days. And for the first time in decades, the United States is allowing oil to be imported into this country.
I don't know if it's a breakthrough. I think the reason why it's being framed that way is
we buying that goddamn oil? Wow. Did the maggots know that? Do you guys want Iranian oil?
Obviously political. They're looking for a win in front of the American public who've been not convinced that this was the right thing to do. I think some of this is just simply premature, both coming from J.D. Vance, but also critics of this. We don't actually know what the plan is. We don't know what this deal is going.
Sounds very Russian promoted. Like, wouldn't that be great if we start buying Russian oil, start buying Iranian oil? How many of you want that? So, are you for the United States, particularly you maggots out there, although they all gone since I put it in subscriber mode? I mean, these troll ass. But in any case, anyone else who's left, right? Put a 1 in the chat if you think the U.S. should buy Iranian or Russian oil. Put a 2 in the chat if you think that's a stupid idea. I'm just curious. I think it's a stupid idea. Not that I have anything against Iran necessarily in the way that Trump talks about it or Israel talks about it. No, I don't believe their hype. I liked Obama's approach to Iran a lot better. And but let's hear what was done here. Let's see what's
going to look like in 60 days. I hope that it's something different than what we've had in the past. I am amongst the conservative critics of the MOU, but I'm also understanding that that's all it is. It's a memo of understanding, this notion that we're laying the foundation. Fair enough. The immediate goal was to end the military strikes and to reopen the Strait of Hormuz. That was a political goal to help bring down the cost of gasoline in this country. going into the midterm. So I'm looking forward to what this is going to look like. I don't necessarily trust Iran. I don't think any of us should trust Iran. But we are doing things from a slightly different position than when President Obama was in power. They obviously don't have quite the same military threat as they did before. So we're going into it with a little bit more strength than we have in the past.
Yeah, but we went into it in peacetime. We went into it not having at least 13 American soldiers have to be killed to get it. We went into it not having 168 innocent Iranian schoolgirls killed to get it. We went into it not having our stockpiles depleted in order to get it. We went into it not having billions of dollars of American taxpayer money spent to get it. So I'm trying to figure out where the win is. Even if you say we don't know what it's going to be in 60 days, then why are the sanctions lifted today?
Because they're doing this in good faith to get to a point.
Good faith with the Iranians?
Well, we're acting in good faith. I don't think they're going to act in good faith. But this idea
then why would you do it?
But this idea that there have been no accomplishments whatsoever here is to completely dismiss the work that the military has done in destroying their Air Force, destroying their Navy capabilities. That does matter. That changes the power dynamics in that region.
But hold on.
But what has really changed is the Iranians are stronger.
I don't really
They're definitely not
understand. I don't understand
Absolutely
the
they
logic.
are.
I don't
That's
understand
ridiculous.
the logic here.
Absolutely they are.
If we are in a stronger position, why are we negotiating with them on things that they have already conceded in a past era in which there was no military threat on the table?
Two reasons. I think number one, this administration believes that they're able to get to a deal that changes the dynamics with Iran in a place where we can actually trust them. Now, I'm highly skeptical of that. But number two, and I think the underlying issue.
You acknowledge that they are not giving anything that they have not given before, correct?
Well, I'm saying they're giving something that they haven't given before.
Which is what?
No, I'm saying they're not. Okay. But the context is different in which they're no longer the same threat as they were before.
Maybe they're not. Maybe they're no longer the same threat. Maybe yes, we've bombed them significantly, but that would then follow that we would get way more out of them, not way less. So why are we getting the same amount that Obama got, and he didn't have to bomb them for it?
Yeah, I mean, this is the conservative critique of the MOU. Basically, Iran has reneged on every single treaty it's ever signed, by the way. We're seeing now that Hezbollah is still striking Israel from Lebanon because they weren't included in the negotiations. This could dismantle tomorrow, which would give the United States a convenient out from some of these commitments. Like you said, a lot of conservatives are not comfortable with these concessions. But to draw this blanket comparison between this and the Obama deal, it's just not true because, to Jason's point, the war context, this is a post-war framework. We didn't just negotiate a limited nuclear deal. What we did is all of the...
We didn't negotiate a nuclear deal at all.
Well, no, that's going to come down the road.
Well,
but the JCPOA, it literally put out a commission, facilities with a sunset clause, because as you recall, the JCPOA, 10 to 15 years, that was going to expire.
Okay,
Trump demolished those
that's
facilities.
15 years.
So now that's off the table.
That's 15 years compared to 0 nuclear commitments, just to be clear. That's the actual comparison. But let me just play. This is actually interesting.
Watching these two guys try to turn themselves into pretzels to justify
to be fair,
this,
I mean, neither of
it's better
them
than
support
watching
the
the World Cup.
MOU. To be fair, neither of them support the MOU, so that's probably why this is
and he's right.
ridiculous.
The missile stockpiles, gone.
But the missile
Obama
stockpiles
refused to
are not gone.
They are mostly gone.
We've made them a strong country from really a very weak country.
We took the sanctions off. We got nothing for that.
We've rewarded the world's leading state sponsor of terror with $150 billion, and we received absolutely nothing in return.
It's a one-sided transaction where we're giving back $150 billion to a terrorist state, really the number one terrorist state.
I would have made a deal not from desperation. I would have doubled and tripled up the sanctions, and I would have made a much better deal.
The conservative position is never going to be able to outrun the reason the deal was torn up in the first place. It's because of an inherent jealousy of Barack Obama, since the president is insecure, and he did something that actually moved all of this backwards because of his own.
We've made them a strong country from really a very weak country.
We took the sanctions off. We got nothing for that.
We've rewarded the world's leading state sponsor of terror with $150 billion, and we received absolutely nothing in return.
It's a one-sided transaction where we're giving back $150 billion to a terrorist state, really the number one terrorist state.
I would have made a deal not from desperation. I would have doubled and tripled up the sanctions, and I would have made a much better deal.
The conservative position is never going to be able to outrun the reason the deal was torn up in the first place. It's because of inherent jealousy of Barack Obama, since the president is insecure. And he did something that actually moved all of this backwards because of his own level of insecurity and hatred of the president that was before him. And that
is 100% correct. I mean, it is so embarrassing to have a president that has a whole following that is not embarrassed by their own leader being a chump, being jealous. Like, you listen, this man is jealous. That is how petty Donald Trump is. He's just jealous of the last guy that he can't live up to. Look, and it is racial because he's more angry at Obama, and Obama wasn't even the last president, and Biden outdid Trump with policy, you know? So why isn't he jealous of Biden? Where's the fixation? He just did Sleepy Joe, but no, this man is totally jealous of Barack Obama, and I see why, because he may not be the same color as Trump, and historically, in a country that used to be pretty much where racism was codified, right? In a lot of people's minds, that's kind of like what they're used to seeing. So he doesn't have the plus in that sense, right? But in every other American way, he pretty much showed that he's savvy. He's an intellectual. He knows the law. He knows constitutional law. He knows the history of the country. I'm talking about Obama. And he's a civilized person. He doesn't go down in the dirt. He's not in the Jeffrey Epstein tapes. Also, let's not forget that, because see, you know, it's almost, people forget that when you're Obama, like, they forget he's not in that. You know what I mean? Like, they forget Kamala Harris is not in that. Joe Biden is not in that. You see what I mean? So they're literally attacking people that have nothing to do with Epstein. They're not in the Epstein files. No one's accusing them of rape. Nobody's accused Barack Obama of rape. No person said, when I was a child, you raped me. Nobody has said that, right? Nobody has said that. But somebody has said that about Trump, and I see why he's
jealous. I came to
jealous.
this interview on my free will. No, there was nothing promised to me for doing this interview.
Excellent.
Yes, everything that I say at this interview will be the truth. I met Donald Trump at some parties I attend that I was working for Mr. Jeffrey Epstein. There was about 3 or 4 times that I had encounters with Donald Trump. I was 13. The first time that I met Donald Trump was at a party at Jeffrey Epstein's mansion. There was an orgy going on, and he was kind of watching off in the distance, and he basically asked if I could come over and give him a hand job. And
So yes, Lisa Lee, you are right. The MAGA people think it's cool to be in the Epstein files. I mean, they're just utterly embarrassing at this point. It's very difficult to be able to rationalize anything that they see. It's all delusions. It's all delusions
Republicans
at this
criticize
point.
President.
You know, but let's continue. Let's get back where we were here with this okie dokie goddamn bullshit that Trump is about. This is this man's jealousy. Obama. Sure, here we go.
With $150 billion, and we received absolutely nothing in return.
It's a one-sided transaction where we're giving back $150 billion to
Jealous of Obama.
To a terrorist state, really the #1 terrorist state.
Jealous of Obama.
I would have made a deal not from desperation. I would have doubled and tripled up the sanctions, and I would have made a much better deal.
You know, you see how quick he is to lie like a narcissist? He had it all figured out how it was just bad, bad, bad. Little old black Obama just couldn't live up to the human standard. Isn't it hard being a blackie Obama?
The conservative position is never going to.
I guess he found out it's harder than he thought. How do you feel now, Trump? How is it being an orange douchebag? Isn't it hard to live up to to Obama's level, you orange fucking douchebag?
To be able to outrun the reason the deal
when
was
did
torn up in the
Obama
first place.
mention
It's
Bush?
because of inherent jealousy of
I'm trying to
Barack
remember.
Obama. Since the
The last I
president is
recall, he's never
insecure,
mentioned Bush in a
and he
derogatory
did
way,
something
right?
that actually moved all of this backwards because of his own level of insecurity and hatred of the president that was before him, and that is. We are never going to be able to. We're never going to be able to get up under that.
But I think a lot of the criticism right now against Donald Trump is driven by the fact that the critics hate him as well, and so they're
Oh right, we jealous of the orange douchebag. His wife is an escort model. We jealous of that. Damn, that's deep, man. That is deep. You know, believe it or not, a lot of people on Earth don't live for the money. You know what I mean? A lot of people on Earth just want to be regular and be happy and be at peace. A lot of people aren't jealous of just that much money. For most people will take a fraction of that and go on their way and be perfect, wonderful neighbors. These people are fucked up in the head. You know what I mean? They don't know how to be decent. When they see a decent person, they just go. It's like it doesn't matter to them. Civility, decency, not being in the Epstein files doesn't matter to them at all. You know, it's just none of that shit matters, man. And now he tries to throw it back in our face. We just mad at him. Oh, really? Why? Oh, we just that petty, huh? Gaslighting. And this is another one of those goddamn. You see that guy right there? This is a paid talking head there to gaslight the American people. You know, whatever the deal is CNN has with these talking heads that allow them to go up there and say things that don't make any qualitative or quantitative sense. It's like they just made this up that we're fucking jealous. What the fuck? Where do you find any lefty liberal that's not talking about health care, talking about elder care, talking about child fucking care, talking about a fucking fair wage, talking about fucking things that matter in the rest of the Western world? And he sums that up to, we're just angry at him. Man, get the fuck out of here. It's our goddamn country, motherfucker.
willing to look at this. End up seeing
there's plenty insecure, and he did something that actually moved all of this backwards because of his own level of insecurity and hatred of the president that was before him, and that is. We are never going to be able to. We're never going to be able to get up under that.
But I think a lot of the criticism right now against Donald Trump is driven by the fact that the critics hate him as well, and so they're unwilling to look at this.
We just hate him. That's all. We just hate him. Nothing to it. No, we don't say anything about why we hate him. We just hate him. That's what it is. That's what's driving it. Just hate. Yeah. Okay. Well, I know what's driving you. Losing when the American people cut off their tax dollars and don't give it to the wealthy anymore. The wealthy is going to hate that. They're going to react very poorly to that. When American people start using their own tax dollars to support them, the average rank and file American citizen, guess who's going to hate it? People like him, talking heads for the oligarchs. You know, on talking head oligarch TV, legacy media TV, CNN. Okay, you know, Fox News, CNN is just the left side of Fox News, you know, at this point. You know what I mean? They can't do a comprehensive study on anything that will save your goddamn life if they were paid millions of dollars to.
Remember, they were acquired. They were acquired, so they have new ownership.
Yeah, they got new ownership now, bro. That's what I've been saying, bro. I was saying 2 months ago, they're about to be bought. Now they're bought?
Yeah.
There it is. That deal went through. So, you know, but they were full of shit before that.
Yep. I mean, again, when you're pandering to your donors, right? Your donors just so happen to be within the 1%. It's gonna happen, right?
Yeah. Now let me ask you a question. Let me find out something. in
Oh,
the
and to
chat.
circle back, the Democratic Socialists, we had 16 candidates running this midterm. No, 16 win in this midterm. Overall, still to come
Yeah.
in the future midterms, it's going to be 116.
Okay, 116. I thought there was more. That's right. I thought there was more than 17. What you said is 116. It's actually a big movement.
17 ran in this current primary right now.
Yeah,
Today.
in this primary. Yeah, it's actually a big movement and it's getting bigger. And I call it the movement of sanity. The pro-Western sanity movement are the democratic socialists, you know, what I call more social democrats, you know what I mean? But I call them the sanity, the Western society sanity movement. Because the West, yeah, man, these motherfuckers are coogity coo. They done lost their mind, man. They done lost their mind. Yeah, but let's play some more. Let me grab my latte. I'll let a little more play. Let's see.
Republicans who have been very supportive of Trump, including people like, for example, Senator Roger Wicker, who is half dead. And he woke up from his coma to say this deal sucks. I mean, have you seen him lately? People like Lindsey Graham.
All right.
There is nothing
that
that Donald Trump does that Lindsey Graham doesn't like, and he's been critical of this. People in the in the right-wing blogosphere who have been very supportive, and I admire that. I admire that they are standing on principle and calling a spade a spade. I mean, not only are we giving them exponentially more money, not only are we lifting sanctions, but now Iran knows that they can close the Strait of Hormuz and bring us and
Iran
the
also
world
knows
to
that
our
we can
knees.
strike them militarily, which the Obama administration was unwilling to do.
We did strike them militarily, and you know what they know? They know that they can survive it.
Correct.
Look at you. So you're arguing that the economic situation right now in Iran is somehow better than it was.
No, I'm saying that they can survive. But the thing is, they're fighting a different war.
That is a
That's the
piece
thing.
of
We're fighting a different war than they are. They know that the war here is unpopular. They know here the war is unpopular. They know that people here are looking at gas prices. They are willing.
And the elections are 4 months away.
They know all of these things. Those are huge leverage points for them. So they don't care about their own personal suffering.
I was just going to say, I think it's worth pointing out, all of that understood, that all of these proxies of Iran, the Houthis, Hezbollah, Hamas, Iran, or Israel and the United States have greatly degraded them. And they were attacking U.S. bases, U.S. soldiers, killing them. We were at war with Iran for a very long time.
When Donald Trump reinstated the sanctions on Iran, he said out of his own mouth he was doing so to deny them the capacity to, what does he say? Deny them the funds they need to advance its bloody agenda, which is basically to fund the very same groups that you just described. Now we're allowing them, we're lifting those sanctions that he reinstated onto them. What do you think that money is going to go? What do you think it's going to do?
I think you're correct that if it does end up in their coffers, in this very limited point, I think if it does go to their coffers, that, it's going to fund the world's biggest sponsor of terror, as it has historically. I don't think this MOU is going to stick. I don't think it is.
So apparently their idea is to make it seem like it's okay that Trump made this memorandum, but then he signed the memorandum, but he's going to work his way back to it, right? Back from it. It's like, now that he signed that, now he's working his way back. The idea. So they're going into theoretical realms, and she's going into what she thinks. She thinks it's not going to stick. But what if it does stick? What if they stick to the agreement? And keep in mind, everything Trump says turns out to be the opposite, and everything that the talking heads for Trump say turns out to be the opposite too. Just keep that in mind. We've been going through this for the last year and a half, basically. I mean, for longer, but really, we can just look at the last year and a half and just see how they've been wrong about every fucking thing. They say one thing, they're only trying to do this, they're only going to do this. You Democrats are just stopping us, you just won't vote for us. And then when they get the power to do it, they do the exact opposite. They abuse power. So why would we think that Trump wouldn't stick to this? I mean, are they waiting for Netanyahu to do something to stop it? Like, I mean, what is it? Because if that's what the deal is based on, then that's what Netanyahu's going to do. He's going to do anything he wants anyway, because he doesn't respect Trump. Trump is the least respected American president in the history of the country. George Washington was respected more than motherfucking Donald Trump.
The grift is up.
Yeah.
The grift is up.
Oh my God! I mean, come on, man. Is this really? We going to do this again? This is terrible. And look at this guy's eyes right here. He's like, "Are we really going to do this again? I mean, come on. You really going to take people do this nonsense?" See, here she is. She's just going to explain it to everybody how it's not what it looks like, y'all. It's not what it looks like. Look at her. She's even having a hard time like explaining this shit. Let's go back and see how it reads. Here we go.
Capacity to, what does he say? Deny them the funds they need to advance its bloody agenda, which is basically to fund the very same groups that you just described. Now we're allowing them, we're lifting those sanctions that he reinstated onto them. What do you think that money is going to go? What do you think it's going to do?
I think you're correct that if it does end up in their coffers, in this very limited point, I think if it does go to their coffers, that, yeah, it's going to fund the world's biggest sponsor of terror, as it has historically. I don't think this MOU is going to stick. I don't think it is.
So then it's.
So then what's going to happen?
The point is to get to the 60 days and actually get something done. You bring up an important point in all of this.
Deal.
Wait, hold on. You guys are not, just to be clear, you guys are not making the same point. She's saying the MOU is not going to last. You're saying that it will, and that
No, I'm not saying that. Okay. No, I'm saying the point of getting the MOU on the table is so you can start these negotiations. It's really what's going to happen in 60 days. And I think we should judge that harshly.
And then what
if it's
Right. So exactly what I said. They're going to sign this to get them at the table and then walk it back. Man, listen. That makes no sense. Why would you claim to have the military upper hand and be able to stop them physically, militarily, and then sign a memorandum that gives them time, 60 days of peace? What the fuck? That's obviously that is a utter lie. I mean, a child can figure that shit out. What is it? Go ahead, bro. Go ahead.
Well, Iran already has the military upper hand, right? Even when it comes to economically and how we are choosing to fight this war, right? In combination with Israel. So they understand that, you know, the damage that they've done on a global scale economically by just being able to hold out, right?
Yeah, they witnessed it.
Exactly, right? And these concessions aren't like, it's foolish to think these concessions are just being made to bring them to the table. No, they clearly want the Strait of Hormuz open. They want it open. Right, they need it open.
They're begging to have it open.
Exactly. And Iran knows this, right? They are at the advantage, right? And even when it comes down to this downtime, do we think that in this downtime, Iran isn't recovering by creating and making more drones to potentially continue this fight? Of course they are, right? So it's not in the U.S.'s favor to not make this deal happen right now, while Iran is able to recover without the consistent attacks, right?
Exactly.
Secondly, they know from a ballistic level that we are low on ammunitions. In combination with the war in Ukraine, in combination with this current war in Iran, they know that we are running out of something as basic as ballistic missiles. So they understand that that's the case, and they know that
they do their
even
research.
If they last, exactly. They have their own intel. They have the same way the U.S. has intel, the same way Israel has intel.
It's probably Tulsi Gabbard.
They have intel as well.
It's probably Tulsi Gabbard telling them. Right? You know what I'm saying?
That's a good one, yeah. Look, I mean, at the end of the day, are we overlooking that Iran is a major ally to both Russia and China? Do we not think that Russian intel doesn't get to Iran? Do we not think that Chinese intel gets to Iran? I mean,
what about
disingenuous
Hare Krishna intel? What about Hare Krishna intel? Does that get to China?
It's a part of that Russian intel, right? Like once that intel is reached to Russia, right, it gets to China, right? They are allies. They are sharing the same intel, and while America's distracted, they are planning what the greater Russia would look like, what the greater China would look like, all while we are here fighting a war that we're losing, and we know it, which is why we are trying our best. We don't, again, have we ever conceded to peace talks if we were winning? No, we just would have done it.
Yeah, this is the first time they making it seem like this is like, I mean, come on, man. I'm sorry, but this is just as embarrassing. This is even more embarrassing. Well, I won't say it's more embarrassing, but it's significantly embarrassing as Russia being dominated by the Ukraine military. This is the same type of scenario, and Trump is such a dumbass. He fell for the trick. The trick.
Even to circle back to what you're saying when it comes to, Russia and Ukraine, like they're losing, but long term they will win the war. Especially the fact that this war in Iran has affected us so much. It gives us less capabilities to send missiles and ammunitions to Ukraine, right? They I forgot where I read this, but I read an article more recently saying that, Russia's tide is turning because of the war in Iran, because we're not able to supply the extra ammunition and military ballistics to Ukraine.
Yeah, it was part of their plan. It's part of their plan.
Exactly. Yes. Yeah. It's strategic, right? It's strategic on a global level that this war continue to happen. In fact, it favors Russia and China for this war to continue, right?
They only helping Russia and China with this war on Iran.
And we're forgetting that as a country, we need to hold a certain amount of ballistic missiles and ammunition in our global bases, especially when it comes to even our bases in Asia, right? When we look at Taiwan and China tensions have not gone away. They're waiting for the perfect time to take over, right?
And waiting patiently. Waiting patiently.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And they can, right? Because they're not the one at war. They're not the one at war, right?
Facts.
So it goes to show that they're playing chess while we're playing checkers, right? They're able to hold off. And Russia, long term, in the immediate term, they were losing. They were losing. Long term, they will win. Long term, they will win. The only way the war in Ukraine ends currently is if Ukraine gives up a significant amount of land to Russia, and even then, they'll just wait.
They will attack again.
And take over again. Yep.
Exactly. Let me get to the chat for a second. Good points, Mike. Let me see here. Now, one for the road 325 says, how do you negotiate with people you're at war with that you started and do business with them at the same time? Yeah. Very good question. Very good question.
Yeah.
Big up. Yo, everybody that's watching, do me a favor, click the we got 150, 140 people watching, whatever. Yo, do me a favor, click the like button. We only got like 50 something likes, and obviously people are watching. So come on and click the like button for me. And share the videos too, if you don't mind. Anybody. Now check this out. Let me see here. Lisa says Jared being allowed. Yeah, we're going to get to this. Jared being allowed to speak for the United States makes me so angry. And this is the next Kookity Koo group member, because we already know this bullshit with Iran is Kookity Koo, right? It's just ridiculous. It's so sad that we have to witness this, but there are other things happening with the same crazy ass family. And let me see, where is it at? Is it here? Is it not here? Did I skip? I must have skipped past it. Did I skip past it? Maybe I skipped past this. I'm sorry. Let me go on to the other one. There's some information about the riots, or there's like loads of people in, is it, Albania protesting Jared Kushner and Ivanka Kushner trying to buy this island. Let me just make sure I got this. Is it here? Let me pull it up. I think I just put it in the wrong.
It's a pretty big thing. Even in terms of seeing, like, they've done investigative journalism to show that the Albanian government gave them a huge discount, like an inconceivable hundreds of millions of dollars in discount just to be able to take over this island, because before it was priced at a price point that couldn't be purchased.
Mm-hmm.
And so they specifically lowered it just so they could be able to sell it to Jared Kushner and Ivanka.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I didn't know that. It's Albania, right?
Yep, Albania.
Yeah, I didn't know that. Now let me see here. Let's see here. Let's go to this. Let's flip over. See what's happening. This is on ABC News, by the way.
Welcome back, everyone. It has been dubbed the Flamingo Revolution, and over the weekend, tens of thousands of Albanians once again joined huge anti-government protests. Now in their fourth week, the protests were first sparked by plans for a $4 billion luxury resort planned in part by President Trump's daughter Ivanka Trump and her husband Jared Kushner to be built on Albania's only big island in the Adriatic Sea and a nearby coastal area that's part of a nature preserve. The project now faces accusations of corruption and illegal development. Our Patrick Reevell visited the island for a first-hand look at what's at stake in tonight's Prime Focus.
We're skimming across the blue waters of the Adriatic Sea when we see it. An unspoiled paradise isle.
This is it. This is the island. This is how Ivanka Trump says she fell in love with it when she saw it from a boat.
The island of Sazan lies a few miles off Albania's coast. From pristine turquoise waters, it rises lush, tranquil. But we have come here because the peaceful island has become a battleground.
If you could speak to Ivanka Trump and Jared Kushner, what would you say?
Hands off! Albania is not for sale.
Nearly 5 years ago, Ivanka Trump and Jared Kushner were drawn to the island by its beauty.
We were on a friend's boat and we stopped for a swim. Effectively, that's how we found it. We swam to the islands. We went on a hike, barefoot all the way up to the top, and we were just captivated. Over the course of many years, we developed the opportunity to help realize its potential and transform it, but with a lot of restraint and care because the land is so beautiful.
The couple joined a multi-billion-dollar project with Albania's government to build an exclusive luxury hotel and resort on the island and a nearby peninsula. But there's a problem. The island is not, as Ivanka Trump said, private. In reality, it's public land, part of a protected nature reserve. Home to many species of birds, including flamingos, now the symbol of what activists call the Flamingo Revolution. Last month, a move by authorities to seal off part of the land sparked the protests. They quickly snowballed into broader demonstrations against the government in this tiny Balkan country, protesters demanding the removal of Albania's longtime Prime Minister, Edi Rama. For 3 weeks, tens of thousands of people have marched, angry at what they see as decades of exploitation of the country by a corrupt, wealthy elite.
This began as a protest about that luxury resort linked to Jared Kushner.
I gotta say, I'm so happy that the Albanian people stood up for themselves. You know, like, listen, again, I say this all the time. People don't all have to get along in every single aspect of life for democracy to thrive and for people to thrive, right? You have the freedom to eat dinner with whomever you want, walk down the street, hold hands, but in a society, everyone has the same right to pick and choose for themselves, right? But this is a situation where that goes beyond like every individual, every sane person, every proud person's ideas of freedom. Like when wealthy people from anywhere can just come to your homeland and buy it all up. Everyone does. Who wants that? Listen, every country debates this. Every country debates the power that foreign corporations can have or foreign people have. Everyone does it. And I'm not talking about your rank and file foreign person. That's a different story. Those are just average people, right? And we pretty much know that people from certain countries do a lot of the things that immigrants do, right? So that's a detailed conversation to have. But this is very easy to understand. These people have way more money than anybody in Albania, pretty much. They're capable of owning everything. Once they're there, they will permeate the entire society. And look at who their friends are. Look at who their friends are. Here's another thing that everyone should be against. Why do you want someone coming to your country that treats their own people in their own country like shit? Isn't that anti-democratic? Isn't that anti-democratic? Like, seriously. And this is a staple in Western civilization, democracy. And so if people don't stand up for it, no matter what it looks like, you ain't going to have it anymore. You're just not going to have it. And this goes against democracy, like straight up. These people want to buy their way in. I just think I'm really happy to see it. Everyone won't stand up for themselves, by the way. Everyone's not going to do that. So it's good to see when there's people that do. And I know a few Albanians, you know what I mean? I haven't met any bad Albanian here in Denmark or in the US or anywhere. I haven't myself. Maybe there are some, but, until then, to me, it seems like as a group, they're not stupid. It's 2026 and they living in 2026 So big up to
Ivanka
them.
Trump, but it's grown into something much bigger because people here see it as emblematic of broader corruption in Albania.
Part of a broader swell of Gen Z protest movements around the world, the demonstrators say they now want bigger change.
Big up to Gen Z. Big up to Gen Z. Yes, it's your time. It's your world. You will inherit it. Big up to Gen Z.
This luxury development just showed the true colors of our government. We knew what was happening behind doors, but this showed us really what was going on in front of our faces. So it was really the cherry on top of corruption for 35 years.
Well, it's easy to see why Ivanka Trump says she was captivated by this island. It is really, really beautiful. As you can see, it's definitely not deserted during the day. A lot of people come from the mainland on tourist boats, but the rest of it is pretty wild. It really is a sort of paradise.
When Albania was still under communist rule, Sazan was a major military base. Bunkers and tunnels riddle the island. Now a few crumbling barracks lie abandoned, signs still warn of landmines. Boatloads of tourists still visit each summer, but left abandoned, nature has largely grown wild. On the shore, we bump into Mehmet. Once a soldier at the base, he spent 20 years living on the island. He now works for an environmental group.
Jemi dakord sepse në kuptimi që sa po rri bosh, po rri e shkret, është më mirë që të bëhet investim. Po problemi është se nuk ka transparencë nga ana e qeverisë.
In 2024, Rama pushed through a controversial law allowing building in protected areas. Since then, the project has moved ahead, joined by two Qatari billionaire investors, Mutaz and Ramaz Al Hayat.
People now think that everything is happening in the same way. So an investor comes and he say that, okay, I want this, and Prime Minister doing all the laws to open the way to give to him.
For Albanians like Ava, Kushner's project became a symbol of deeper concerns. Who is Albania being developed for? Foreign investors and political elites, or ordinary Albanians? She says it resembles similar opaque projects.
Okay, so I want to hear from everybody just based on what they just said right here. This is one basic principle. Let's listen again.
To him.
For Albanians like Ava, Kushner's project became a symbol of deeper concerns. Who is Albania being developed for? Foreign investors and political elites, or ordinary Albanians?
Right. So, how many of you support anywhere in the world, including the United States, investors coming in to build up for the wealthy elite, right? and a few handpicked government people versus the average rank and file person of the society, because that's the conversation they're having right now in Albania. So put a 1 in the chat if you're okay with this happening. Hold on.
Doing all the laws to open the way to give to him.
For Albanians like Ava, Kushner's project became a symbol of deeper concerns. Who is Albania being developed for?
Who is the United States being developed for?
Foreign investors and political elites.
Foreign investors and political elites, or
ordinary Albanians.
Or ordinary Americans. Which one? Is it for the elite, the Epstein elite, the Epstein Island elite, Musk, Thiel, Trump, Is it for them or is it for the American people? how different are we from Albanians? I'm curious about that, you know. So put a 1 in the chat if you understand where the lady's coming from, and put a 1 in the chat if you don't give a damn about what she's talking about. Put a 2 in the chat if you understand her well. I'm gonna play it back one more time.
So an investor comes and he say that, okay, I want this, and Prime Minister doing all the laws to open the way to give to him.
For Albanians like Ava,
I
Krishna's
understand
project
her.
became a symbol of deeper concerns. Who is Albania being developed for? Foreign investors and political elites, or ordinary Albanians? She said,
Yeah, who's the United States being built for? Who's building it up? What are the wealthy people there to build? Are they there to build something for the wealthy and the elite politicians, or are they there to build something up for the rank and file Albanian person? And the same thing, we could apply that to the U.S. I mean, don't get me wrong, I'm not anti-foreigner or anything like that. But look, that whole idea of a country is that you build up the people. You come and you join the camp. The rank and file is the camp. That's what democracy is. Democracy is the rank and file. And unless you don't want to have a democracy. And in my generation, in my lifetime, you ain't going to fool me into that shit. I know very well what Trump is doing is anti-democratic. I know Musk hates democracy. Peter Thiel, they hate democracy. Trump hates fucking democracy. And they plan on taking it from you. So, we're going to have to speak up now. And I'm curious, obviously we didn't I want to tell people this. I'm going to put this in the chat again. Even when the chat is in subscriber mode, which I put it in 2 hours into the stream. So people had 2 hours to subscribe, right? Even though that, these people can still click the link that I'm about to pop up. Never, I've only had one time out of, I don't know how many hundreds of streams, that one MAGA person bothered to hop up. I had one libertarian that said, fuck Trump now, he's done with him. But I didn't have a clean MAGA person hop up and dispute anything that we discuss here, any of the points of view, nothing. They just simply don't do it. And I'm going to put the link in the chat again. Even though they can't type in the chat, they can still access that link. So panel up maggots. And here is the link. And the rest of you, do me a favor, click the like button. That's how more people find the stream. If you're here watching, it's 150, 140, 130 people watching, right? If you're here watching, do me a favor. From your TV, pick up your remote, click the like button. If you've been watching for more than 5 minutes, then hey, you may as well click the like button so more people can see what you've been watching, right? That's how the algorithm works, If you like content, the more you click like on it, the more you subscribe, the more people outside of your own self see it. Everyone in your circumference might see the video and see the same information that you're getting too. So if you want to support the platform, do me a favor and click the like button, subscribe also. Now, let me see. I got the contributor, soon to be co-producing contributor, Michael from Brooklyn. Everybody give Michael a round of applause. Michael is out of Brooklyn, New York, but he is essentially an expert. He is an expert. He's my expert on political affairs in the United States of America. And he does have a background in elections, campaigning, these kind of things. And we also have Friars that hops up. He's also soon to be a co-producing contributor. Right now, they're both contributors and they're doing an excellent job. So I don't rely on myself and just what I think willy-nilly, right? Everything. We also pull up the information in real time if we need to, if we're uncertain about something and we want to just read what the clean facts are, right? Without any type of interpretation from us as contributors, that's what we do here, and we're happy to do it. We do believe in democracy at this channel. We believe in the Western world too. I live in the Western world. I believe in it. What the hell? I don't want to see my world crumble. But I want to see my world do better, and I want to see my world do better by doing better with the rest of the world too. I think we have a big responsibility, being one nation with 350 million people, to lead by being good arbitrators of democracy and peace, right? And but we don't even treat our own people that way. I just got to be honest with you. For the rest of the world, you shouldn't really expect that from us, because we have a bad record with our own people. So everybody else is a middle power. Please stand up. Denmark stood up for itself. Everyone else, Canada stood up for itself. Greenland stood up for itself. France stood up for itself. Everybody else, stand up for Spain, stood up for itself. Italy stood up for itself. Stand up for yourself, you know, and because these people, it might sound tempting to go for the old foreigner in a hat trick that they pull out anytime they want to sway you from talking about economics or how it really works in your country, or sway you from talking about democracy or civil rights, your rights from your capitalistic social democratic society. Anytime they want to sway you away from elder care conversation, healthcare, education, these kind of things, they pull the old immigrant in a hat trick. Presto, Houdini, wow, voila. Immigrant in a hat trick. Poof. See how that works? It gets them every time. Yeah. Don't fall for it. It is Putin-esque. It is promoted by China also on the algorithm. They want you fighting each other and going into a place where you don't need to be, because you benefit from a diverse population. I'll leave it at that.
Yes, you do.
You benefit from it. You can interpret diverse in many ways too. It's multiple manners. But listen, Brooklyn, what's up, man? Come on. What do you have to say about that? What do you think about this, man?
You know, it's to piggyback off of what you said prior. It is about how can we hold any other country to any standard if we ourselves can't provide healthcare, can't provide some of the basic necessities that our people need, right? If we're going to war with Iran, taking over Venezuela, potentially Cuba, these are all things that the world sees, right? And if we act similar to Russia and China, we will get the same respect as Russia and China, and as as this current administration has been moving, we've allowed Russia and China to look more sane than us here in the US, right? We've allowed them to gain more global influence because of how we've acted in this current administration over the past year plus.
In all fairness, though, Trump makes everybody look more sane. He makes a he makes a troll under the bridge and shit looking for a piece of fish, just like, presto, give me your money. Troll pass. Look more sane and shit. He made the dude on Lucky Charms look more sane. I mean, he makes who's the dude? Who's the motherfucking Hannibal? He makes Hannibal look more sane, bro. Hannibal Lecter. All right, go ahead.
No, you are right. I think the world sees the way and the way that Trump presents himself and just acts as an overall person, right? He uses ad hominem attacks, right?
Yeah.
He insults anyone who disagrees with him. He has no real talking points. He doesn't speak on policy. He doesn't speak on percentages. This is one of the least transparent presidents we've had ever. But because he speaks in a manner that is so simpleton, his base and MAGA Republicans, and not just Republicans in general, conservatives who feed off of emotion, hate, decisiveness, they buy into it, right? Mm-hmm. He has never been able to point to single factors that show economic growth, right? He'll just continue to point at the stock
ad
market
hominems
and disregard it. Yes.
Yeah. Simple, petty.
And disregard everything.
Yeah, man. Not adult-like. Trump is not adult-like. He's teenager.
He is not adult-like. At best. He's not political-like.
He's a petulant
right? And I think
teenager.
Yes. I mean, a petulant child at that,
yeah.
Right? Again, he's a kid at the playground who got his feelings hurt, so he makes fun of everyone, period. Anyone who's not in his group, right? And the world sees that, right? When you can't sit down, if we think Trump sits down at a political meeting with world powers and they actually have concisive dialogue with him, I have magic beans for sale then, right? Because it just doesn't happen.
And they
right? It
selling
doesn't
Americans magic beans right now everywhere.
Yes.
And they eating it up.
And
Some
we're
of them are
eating it
eating it
up.
up,
Yep.
bro. I got me
Yep.
some magic
A
beans
lot
from
of it.
Trump today.
Yep.
He said I'm going to be rich tomorrow.
It's the truth. A lot of his base and the MAGA as
I
a
invested.
whole,
I invested in SpaceX. Did you hear?
Yeah.
Magic
and look
beans.
at where it's at now, right?
Magic beans.
It's lost more than a third of its value.
Now I can pay my healthcare bill before I get thrown out of my house. I bought some SpaceX stock with my last bit of money. Hope it works. Thanks to Trump.
Look how that's devalued. It shows that the grift is up, right? I think when we start seeing the people like the Tulsi Gabbards who now have been exposed to be potentially compromised, right? We don't know fully yet, and I'm sure this administration is doing everything in their power to not let that information come out. But we can already see from what's been presented how compromised this whole administration has been as a whole, right?
Yep.
And when we look at it, it's sad that the American people are some of the only individuals who can't see it.
She's going
right?
to run, bro.
Who still deny it.
She's going to run.
I don't doubt it.
She's going to flee the country, I believe, straight up, because she knows she's headed for prison. Like,
yep. Even with this administration, she is headed for prison, right?
Yeah.
She's technically committed espionage on the highest level, right? She had access to secret information, classified information, and this current administration, not Obama's, not Biden's, right? Not Biden's administration, not Obama's administration, this Trump administration allowed, where they talk about vetting, where was the vetting for her?
Yeah, I know where it was. It was in a Russian gambling house in the middle of the night somewhere. It was in a Russian massage parlor. That's where the vetting was done.
I don't doubt it. I don't doubt it at all,
man.
honestly. I really don't. Like, when we say things like that, it's in jest, but like we just don't know. Like with this administration, we don't know. That's what makes it even more funnier for me, because it's like, yeah, you're saying it in jest, but like, are you? Because I don't know.
Right.
I don't know anymore.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
This administration has blurred the lines of what is real and what is fake.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
And when we even give the MAGA base, when we give them just even a basic ounce of knowledge, they deny it. They call it fake news, right?
Mm-hmm.
We have a president who posts AI pictures and AI parodies of his opponents and him in strongman positions, muscled up with guns, and right? This is hilarious. He runs it like it's a joke. And here we are championing the fact that he isn't your average suit and tie politician.
That you have to be and those people they look at Trump and just say he's not the average suit and tie. Man, he's worse than the average suit and tie. What the fuck?
Yes. He's worse. And like, to speak about qualifications, right? When we speak about qualifications, obviously, I think, what allowed for a person like Trump to skate in is the average U.S. American is tired of the black and white politics, right? Unfortunately, the two-party system. But Trump just amplified it and leaned it towards a one-party system, right? They talk about free speech absolutists, and they have quelled any type of protesting, right? They arrest anyone who doesn't align with their ideology, right? Anything. And that's where, they'll say, well, the left did it. But when? When did we lock up individuals for making fun of Charlie Kirk? Like, it's never happened, right? And when we look at this current MAGA base,
they can't even spell Charlie Kirk.
They can't.
No,
what they can't.
Stop.
You're right.
That's too elaborate and shit.
Look, you are 1,000% right. They cannot, nor do they. Right? They have no idea, and it's saddening because you do have even the most mildest conservative who's bought into the MAGA rhetoric. And I think that's what was more surprising for me as someone who believed in our political system. I assume that even your educated conservative would stand against someone like Trump, right? But when they saw the libertarian grift and how much money they could make, they shut up, swallowed their tongue, and went along with it because there was money to be made. I'm sure the Peter Thiels of the world, the Musks of the world, they don't like Trump, but I'm sure they've swallowed their tongue because they've been offered an opportunity at insurmountable wealth.
They see that
gained it
he's
already.
transactional. They see that
Yes.
he's transactional, and they met him in his space. And everyone meets Trump in his transactional space, which means he's going to sell out to anybody. Anybody for any and so there's no guardrails. So the most wickedest people will go straight to him. They know what to get, what they'll get from
right.
him. And he's shown what he gives everybody. When they go to him for for some money or an exchange, something, and that's not the American people's business. We're not supposed to give up shit just for a check, for some money, for some handouts. That's not what we're supposed to do. The job is much more serious than that. And it's not supposed to be one individual's fucking transaction, and this is what these maggots turned it into. And Lisa Lee says they thought that he was better than the average suit and tie. And she says suit, tie, and dirty diaper. Yeah, because how could you miss the dirty diaper? This is why you saw a suit and tie and you didn't smell his stinking ass. Like, what the fuck? Even Homie the Clown, what's the dude that was on, who was the dude on In Living Color that played the bum? Even he had a suit, even he had a tie on, but he carried around a bottle full of shit. You know what I'm saying? That he pulled out every once in a while. Trump is a stank man, and on top of that, he's been said to have gone after little people, boys and girls, like seriously. And he's also been said to have had one little person killed and maybe another, maybe two.
To piggyback off of that, right?
He's been alleged of that, something like that, right? Something to that effect. It's terrible.
We've made bigger deals of Biden, for less accusation, right? For accusations that haven't been proven to be anything, right? And yet the MAGA base has made excuses for Trump, right? No, they were just friends. No, he called the cops. No, and it's like, if you're this close, would you give this grace? I hope that you wouldn't give this grace to anybody that's close to you. I would hope that if you had a friend who was accused and even just rumored to be around some of the things that Trump has been in accused of or involved in, that you would hold some sort of moral standard for yourself and not be that person's friend and not champion.
And they don't,
what they
bro.
do.
They don't.
They don't.
They don't, man. And that is the low bar. That means if you're expecting anything from these people, moral or ethical, you ain't going to get it because they didn't care about the worst type. Like, what the fuck? You trying to keep out rapists and who? Who you trying to keep out? You elected the dude that lets them in.
Look, and they ran a whole campaign. Saying, we want the pedophiles and the cabals out of politics and we want them exposed. And here they are now.
He is the cabal.
Themselves. Yes, we're seeing that in real time. Yeah. But we have his base defending him and the people around him, the Howard Lutnicks of the world who were neighbors to Epstein. This man is in this current administration. He's making decisions for our country. Epstein's next door neighbor who was also in the files. You had a friend.
How could you miss it?
Was in the that's what I'm saying. Like, I'm sorry. I have like the hardest time even trying to be just somewhat nuanced about it, right? Because it's like, how do you
tell me about it, bro?
how do you even justify someone with these behaviors, but not only the behaviors, the pattern right? If Trump is mentioned in the Epstein files, Howard Lutnick's mentioned in the Epstein files, but somehow Trump tapped Howard Lutnick to be a part of his administration. Yet he's talking about exposing the Epstein files. It makes no sense. It's oxymoronic.
And gets caught lying. And gets caught lying to everyone in the country, and these people still back him up. Like,
yes.
And then he robs them after that of their tax dollars, and they're too stupid to even realize it. Like, it's what is going on, bro. Like, yeah, keep going, man. Keep going.
You know, when
you're about to make me start cursing. What the fuck? Go ahead.
I'm surprised that I'm still somewhat
able to
decent,
articulate
right?
intelligibly.
Yeah,
you know,
it's
on a college level.
It's tough.
Yes. Because I'm about to get street on their ass and shit, man.
It's tough to not and to even speak to individuals who represent that MAGA base, you know, and have some sort of decorum when I am speaking to them, because to not correlate all these things, right? Just like I had mentioned, just Howard Lutnick, he was mentioned in the Epstein files, you know, alongside Trump, alongside Musk, right? These are the faces of the Epstein class and the oligarchs that are in our current administration or have played a major role in our admin. And we see nothing wrong with it. Right?
Hey,
we
wait a
see
second.
Nothing wrong with
wait a second. Somebody, sorry about this. Somebody, George MF3 TV, hop on up, man. Is that the right name?
Please.
Hop on up. Let me see here. Let me put the link in the chat. Link. Hop on up to the panel. Listen, I'm gonna read his comment. He says it's all about. He said. It's, I'm kind of. No, this wasn't George. This wasn't George. I'm sorry. I read the wrong one. I'm talking about 24K X Goon Squad. Yeah, come on up. I'm talking about you. Come on up. His comment says, I kind of am the cabal now. And then he says, hold on. Then he said he's about to sacrifice. He's about to sacrifice you guys next. Yeah, that's so. But listen. It's not a joke. It's not a joke. Little people are alleged to have died. Don't joke about that. Like, as much as I would like to laugh if it was a joke, I get that. But actually, no, man. When we say cabal, no. Little people are alleged to have been murdered, man, after being sexually assaulted in heinous. Not that any assault is heinous, but in vile ways. It's not a joke at all. And people don't need to be led astray about this. Like, this is a group of people that kept secrets together, vile secrets. One, about torturing young people, espionage, videotaping people doing weird acts, and killing is one of the acts on tape, allegedly. Right, assaulting young people and getting it on tape, right? But also plotting against the United States government. Like, these people together, they do this dirt to keep these secrets, you know, to make sure that everyone is in on the scam. And let me see here, just to end off. We're gonna have some more commentary here, but I just want to end off on that note that we're speaking about. Go ahead. And this guy Sasha Riley, he's an ex-vet. Right, he's a vet, not an ex-vet. You're never an ex-vet, but he's a veteran, and he told people very well what was going on with Trump in some 2-hour interviews, or no, 5-hour, 8-hour interviews that you need to know about. And here it is. If you think the cabal thing is a joke, the joke is on you. It's not a joke. He describes what they were doing. Clarence Thomas, and others, he's alleging, that were in the 80s, in the mid 80s to 90s, between the years of 8 and 12, Sasha Riley says that he's seen a lot while he was being trafficked himself. And he said he believes he saw Clarence Thomas there, Jim Jordan, elected official. Clarence Thomas is a Supreme Court justice. Jim Jordan, they talked about this in Congress. It's been mentioned. Jim Jordan was accused, a few others, but Trump was directly implicated. This man right here said that Trump assaulted him several times. One time The first time it was a girl that he was with sexually, sleeping with, and 4 of Trump's henchmen allegedly kicked in the door and killed the girl while they were on tape, while it was being videotaped. That he didn't know it was going to happen. He knew the videotape was happening, but he didn't know he was made to do child porn. He didn't know that somebody was going to kill the girl, and they came in, killed the girl, shot her dead, and then told him, we're talking about Sasha Riley, the men told him, the next man that comes in this room, you better do everything that he tells you to do, or the same is going to happen to you. And when the next man came in the room, he says it was Trump. And that's when Trump started engaging with him allegedly in an sexual assault manner. And then he said it ended because after a few times, like 4 times, he said the last time, he said Trump was so brutal. One time he killed a bunch of puppies in front of him before he assaulted him. That's what this man says, Sasha Riley. But he said the last time, the first tape is ours. But he said the last time that Trump tried to do it, Trump wanted him to do it to him in the backside. Trump laid down on the bed allegedly, having his backside exposed, and he wanted the little boy to do it to him. And he said, and the little boy said he took a piece of wood off of a broom and shoved it up his backside and kicked it, like kicked this stick far up inside of Trump to where Trump needed to be evacuated medically. He says this on these tapes. Here, I'm going to put it in the chat. They have talked about this man in Congress. Okay, so here it is. So you should at least hear about it yourself, right? So you can know what this man said. But in any case, go ahead. We were talking about this kind of behavior, but go ahead. We got off track into the cult thing because of the chat, and I understand all people don't know what Trump has been alleged to have done by people in the public. Sasha Riley is on Facebook under the name Sasha Burrows. People know about this in Congress. They know all about it, and other things other people have alleged that Trump did to them directly as being children. So there it is. But in any case, go ahead, bro. We were talking about MAGAs not getting it. They're not getting it. Yeah.
And, when we look at just even things like the Sasha Riley, right?
Yeah.
When were these things an issue for the prior admin, right? Like,
right.
I don't recall any of these allegations for Obama. I don't recall any of these allegations for Biden, right?
Yeah.
And when we look at it, they'll say, but what about?
Mm-hmm.
Without having any frame of reference to point at, right? They'll just make the what about claims, right? Deny, deflect, and redirect.
Right.
And that's what MAGA is really good at doing, right?
Yeah.
I know you are, but what am I, right? Like that's literally the.
And if that doesn't work, then the old immigrant in a hat trick.
There you go.
To end it off.
Right? No, it's
Show closed now. See you later, y'all. I'm out of this chat. I'm out of here. Can't hop up on Discord. See y'all. All right, good.
It's sad. It's sad. No, it's sad, right? And then even from a, economic standpoint, right? We've allowed for someone like Trump to take over our democracy. He's holding his Republican Party hostage while also holding the Supreme Court hostage, right?
Mm-hmm.
He's elected these officials to be able to be in the position they are, so they feel beholden to him, right? They feel like they have to do or acquiesce to what he says, and it's led to a lot of lost freedoms, right? It's led to the rollback of Roe v. Wade, right? It's led to the rollback of, certain civil rights. And
so many rights.
All at the expense of the American taxpayer dollars, right? And now when we look at the big, beautiful bill, we have minor tax cuts to the middle class that end in 2027. Do you want to know when the tax cuts to the richest Americans, the top 10% end? it's written in there indefinitely. So technically, we will need the next president to come in and write a bill with majority House and Senate for it to pass in order to reverse the tax cuts for the richest Americans.
It's
That
codified.
the big beautiful bill
It's
has done.
codified.
It's codified.
Yeah.
Yes, it is.
Hey, 1 second now. Listen, I just want to say it's 170 people, 80 people watching. Do me a favor, click the like button. Let's get the likes up. It's only like 60 likes. Come on, we can do better than that, y'all. But go ahead, Mike. I agree with you 100%, bro.
And it's frustrating for me because even if you want to condone, whatever this behavior looks like, but you can't even give policy. You can't even give a positive frame of reference to why he should be considered a good president, right? But you give rhetoric, right? You give rhetoric. No, he's a good guy because he's not that average politician. Well, we clearly can see that because our politicians are bad, but this guy makes him look like saint.
And you know what? It's like when the rabbit gets the gun, we're going to do the same thing. Like torture.
I hope so. And I think that's what the Democratic Socialists are putting us in position for, right? That level of accountability, that level of transparency that we were promised with Trump, that bought his base to vote for him, that bought your average American to vote for him.
They want to use
That's
psychological
what I'm hoping
warfare.
the Democratic
They want to use psychological warfare on fellow Americans.
I mean,
that's basically what they did.
This administration has, yes.
Through the internet also, through the whole gaslighting thing. Like, yo, what's up, man? That shit is an act of war, And the moment you're out there actively engaged in to attack the American people, mingle with foreign countries that help you implement that attack, yo, man, what the fuck? And they sit out there and they gaslight. Yo, when that light wears out, people are going to realize how they've been used and abused like sex traffic victims themselves, gaslighted, pockets ripped, freedoms taken, and then you blamed for it. And I hope you MAGA people sit in that. I hope you MAGA people sit and let that simmer, because that's exactly what he did to your dumbasses. Even more than what he did to blue states. He did that to you, and you're going to have to pay for it yourself. And he's going to be long gone. See ya.
Yep. I mean, look at people like Todd Blanche, right?
Mm-hmm.
At what point is it ethical to have your personal criminal attorney be an acting AG, right? Allow for someone like Ghislaine Maxwell, who gave us nothing but was moved to a minimum security prison. If that doesn't show some sort of implications of guilt on Trump's part, I don't know what does.
That's just screaming guilty.
Like, even if you want to ignore even if you want to ignore everything else, even if you want to ignore the Sasha Rileys of the world, if you want to ignore every other allegation, but when we have Trump's personal attorney as an acting AG, and not even when he was in position, when Pam Bondi was in position, his personal attorney, who had no official capacity in this administration, met with Ghislaine Maxwell one-on-one. We don't know what that entailed. We have no clue. No one's ever asked. And if they have, they've gotten nothing, right? We don't know what came of that meeting, right?
Mm-hmm.
And shortly after, he talked to the Bureau of Prisons, for her to be moved from a maximum security prison to a minimum security prison due to claims that she was getting death threats, as if they couldn't keep her safe.
Right.
And they hadn't kept her safe since she's been incarcerated, which she clearly was.
Right.
Right?
Yeah,
so now
exactly.
she gets the privileges, and we don't know what these privileges came at a cost of, or what she's hiding. And he immediately stopped. As acting AG, he immediately shut down what Congress passed as the Epstein Act, right? The Epstein Transparency Act. He stopped the release of the rest of the files, even if they were redacted. We don't even get the files, even if they're redacted now.
It's insane.
And It's insane.
It's
But
insane, bro.
again, what I will say is this administration has done a good job of distracting. Every day is
Yeah.
a headline. Every day is a news point. Every day is something brand new to distract you from that, to distract you from whatever else their motives are. And they've done a good job at that. The average American, including myself at times, has been caught up in the distraction,
Right.
right? In the distraction, right? And it's because we end up speaking about the war in Iran, right? Yes, these things matter, but they're clearly a deflection of
Sadly enough,
something else.
yeah. He does extreme things to deflect, though. So it's
Yes.
hard to ignore the Iran war. It's hard to take your eyes off of it because of the implications. And people are being hurt, and we're paying for that. And anytime this kind of destruction goes on, and we're part of it, we need to be concerned as Americans, like to what the implications are for us. And it's not a weakness to do that. It's a strength to think about what you do. It's a strength. You know, it's very strategic and very pinpointed. And especially in today, in 2026, it is totally a necessity. Listen, do me a favor, everybody. Look at what's on the screen. Click the like button. There's 200 people watching. We got like 70 likes. We need to get the likes up. I mean, come on. Click the like button. Maybe some people don't hear me saying that. There it is. Let's click the like button. Mike, should we get out of here? Because look, if people not going to click the like button, then what the heck, right? Well, it's a few more things I wanted to cover. Right?
I mean, if we're not going to hit the like button, at least get a few, 10 more likes, then they can tune in tomorrow as well.
Exactly. How about we do that now? Bro, I'm gonna let you take it out then, since that's what it's going to be. Apparently, let's look at the like. We got 71. Can we get 70? Can we get 81? Anybody? Can we get 81? Yeah. I'm only seeing 71 on my side. Maybe it's more. I don't know. But I tell you what, I'm going to let you close out, and then we're going to end with the question, are Republicans smarter than liberals? Okay? And that question was being asked at the UFC 250. So, anyway, is there anything, I'll tell you what, inform people about what they can do and who they can pay attention to right now if they want the Democrats, if they want to move away from centrist Democrats and more left Democrats, more social Democrats. Who can they pay attention to that's running for office?
Democratic Socialists.
Right.
There's a lot of candidates that I'm still not fully informed on, but I'm currently being ran, right, in New York City by a Democratic Socialist, right, in the form of Mamdani. And so far, he's been as transparent as they come when it comes to being and his intentions, right, and his intentions and what he wants and what he's going to do, right. We're having a state-sponsored grocery store, and what these things do is they allow
a state-sponsored grocery store.
Yes, and there should be 3 of them. One in different boroughs, right, and which are technically smaller cities within the city.
Right.
For those who aren't familiar with how New York is shaped and ran.
Right.
And essentially, when we say that, you're going to have people who, oh my God, socialism. No. When we speak about a state-sponsored grocery store, one out of hundreds of thousands of millions of grocery stores throughout the boroughs, this just allows for your less fortunate or your individuals who want to save a lot more money in times of inflation like now, and in times of, not necessarily having the funds to go to, your average Target where they're going to spend a little bit more money. They can now go to a state-sponsored grocery store and have the most affordable price. And what that forces any neighboring grocery store or adjacent grocery store, like your Targets, they now have to compete with those prices, right? This isn't hundreds of thousands of state-run grocery stores, so it's not the communism you guys want to assume. It is a social program that allows for affordable groceries. And that forces the neighboring stores, if they want to compete for that same business that this grocery store will now attract, they are forced to reconsider their prices. They are forced to make that choice. Do I want to compete for that low middle class dollar, or do I just want to cater to the upper middle class and up, right? And that's what you allow for to displace that wealth disparity, right? That allows now to keep a hyper capitalistic company or hyper capitalistic city like New York is to have a social checkpoint to say, hey, if I want maximum dollars or I want to compete for the lower income, now you're not forced to spend the money that you don't have in an unaffordable manner. Now you can make the conscious decision. It's a choice. You don't have to go there. You don't have to go there. No one's telling you. It's not a bread line. This is not a bread line that they're forcing you to.
Right.
They are telling you, hey, you have the option to go here. And if you do, you will save a couple of dollars monthly on your grocery bill, if that matters to you and if you are our target audience and we want to help you as a citizen of this state that is overpriced, right? And now if you're saving money on groceries, guess what that allows you to do? That allows you to maybe buy that couch you've been saving up, maybe buy your kid those clothes that you've been putting off and waiting to tax season to buy. Now you can save up that money incrementally and buy those basic other necessities, and that stimulates the market. That's economics. That is basic economics, right? And so when we look at, to circle back to the democratic socialists, it's policies like this, and that is, again, the social democracy and the social democrats are going to look different in every state because progressiveness looks different in every state. The next democratic socialist might not do.
You can be you can have an afro or you can have long hippie hair. It doesn't matter. It's your policies, right?
It's your policies, right? And those policies will change,
right? Or it could be, maybe some of the policies have to be structured in a way that it works in the region that you're in for certain reasons. That too, so it can look a little different structurally. Also, yeah, it's true, bro.
And that's essentially what the democratic socialists are for, right? Again, the democratic socialists here are going to look different from any other state. Okay.
I'm glad you brought that up, though, because this is, again, MAGA talking points. They think so black and white all the time. They think, and it goes into their thinking about when they hear the word socialist, they don't even bother to ask, what do you mean? They're just like, nope. They haven't even heard what they're talking about, because you can't just say the word socialist or capitalist. Listen, there's different form. There's more socialist forms of capitalism. There's many forms of capitalism, more socialist forms of capitalism than are being practiced in the United States. The United States is an extremist capitalist nation, so it's less social, so I think it's good that we talk about some of these nuances and get people, instead of making people lazy, get them out of the lazy blockhead conversations about this and make it more nuanced so that we can all become more progressive together, because a lot of it is about disenfranchisement. If you don't stand next to someone that can help, that can spread help, that you can, what's the best word to use for that? I don't want to say it negatively.
I mean, you can help educate.
It rubs off on you. Information and also context that allows people to understand information. It rubs off on people, like-minded people, the information that way. So just being around people that know the information and can break it down will end up permeating everybody. Each one teach one. It will spread to every single person. We can lift each other up, because these people, especially goddamn legacy media, but these politicians, they have dumbed down the American public. Like, seriously, we got to just say it like it is, man. They've dumbed us down, bro. And we are suffering out of more than any other group in the West. It's us that's suffering because we are dumbed down. We're so, man, it's so sad.
And again, Americans know very little about politics, right? And so when we speak about politics, they think very black and white, like you mentioned before, right? They don't think in a nuanced perspective. And, you know, it's not, you know, to their part, it does have to do with a bit with our education system, right? You know, and the lack of educating on a civics level, right? And just a political science level. A lot of times it takes for individuals to have to go to college to be able to learn more the dichotomy of what political science looks like, right?
Yeah, exactly. Be in the room.
Where in other
sit
countries,
at the table.
It's practice. It's openly practice,
It's
right?
practice.
Openly practice.
Everyone's being put in that
different
environment.
Parties.
Right?
Exactly.
Exactly.
Parties, right? You have different parties. Look at Denmark, right? Aside from your policies, you have different parties. So that forces you to see where you align. And it also gives you the dichotomy and the nuanced perspective of what these different perspectives looks like. And based off policy and the examples you see in those different parties, that allows for you to make an informed decision. A lot of Americans make uninformed decisions. And that's, you know, a microcosm of that is Trump, right? That uninformed voter, right? You're galvanized by a base that doesn't care for you, doesn't know you, and just wants your vote by default, just by spewing identity politics, by saying Mexicans this, blacks this, you're jealous because you're poor.
Yeah.
And you get nowhere.
Michelle Obama's a man.
Exactly.
all of this ignorant shit that is like, look, man, if it wasn't important, like if it wasn't a matter of electing someone that's going to get your tax dollars and my tax dollars, if it wasn't a serious matter, I wouldn't typically give a fuck about any of this ignorant shit. But because they vote, we have to head them off. And how we head them off is by informing the public to what the game is. Let me see here. Jen says she voted yesterday from Brooklyn. Big up, Jen. Yeah. There you go.
Jen, yes.
And Harbo Nip says, "Oh, I voted yesterday in Germany." Okay, Harbo Nip's in Germany. Big up to Germany also.
Nice.
Yeah, at least people are voting. People are voting, man.
Get active, right? Get active. Vote. Be a part. Don't think your vote doesn't count.
Right.
Your vote is just one of a collective, and the more you speak about it, the more you bring awareness, and the more you can bring change individually, right? You know, by unifying, right? By unifying, by speaking, by educating, right? My main thing, you know, as a progressive, I don't ever tell someone and force someone to vote the same way I vote, but at least I'll try my best to educate you. And then from there, you can make your own informed decision. Informed.
But at least register and at least vote for somebody.
Exactly.
Find somebody you
because
like.
At the end of the day, as much as I disagree with MAGA, I do understand that they are a part of America, right? They are my kinfolk. I am just as patriotic. I do not want to see them suffer, even if they want to see me suffer.
We have to deal with
my
them.
job. There we go.
We can't run away from them.
I have family that's MAGA. I have family that's openly MAGA.
And look,
right? Openly.
I like the fact, like, we have to. One thing we can't do is run from them. We have to deal with them, and we can deal with them in the language they understand. So they want to start talking about Michelle Obama, then I'm going to start asking the same question: is Kristi Noem a man? I'm going to do the same thing. Is Melania a fucking man? What is she? How do I know? Is she a man?
Yes, right.
How do you know for sure,
when we
though?
Start doing that, we can no longer take the high ground, right?
Yeah, I ain't taking the fucking high ground. Is Melania a goddamn man or not? Why are you making me guess? What the I should know. I should be able to look at her and tell, and I can't. Okay? She looked like skin and bones and a goddamn lip with some lipstick on her ass. Okay?
But it's the truth.
Can she even speak English?
Look, I mean, can she? Right? Using the same logic that MAGA uses forces them to see how ridiculous their perspective is.
Yeah.
Right? Forces them to see how crazy they sound.
Yeah.
Right? But they're not used to that, right? When you have a bully, you know, the main thing you should do is stand up to that bully. And that's how I see MAGA. Right? I see MAGA as that bully who is used to people not fighting back. But we fight back through our vote and through rhetoric, right? By showing them just how ignorant that you can be as well, even if you aren't.
Now that I think about it, I remember where I saw Melania at. She was goddamn at 2 a.m. down on 14th and K downtown in DC. Straight up, man. I swear, man. I was coming home from the club with my buddies. We were driving, and down in that little area where you have all the prostitutes and shit, 14th and K. I'm telling you, man, I swore I seen them, man. They got photos out there. Gotcha, Melania, look. Anyway, yeah. Anyway, how do I know she wasn't working as a model, an escort model down there? She said she was the escort model. What the fuck? Anyway,
and even even when it comes down to something like that, V, this administration has gone as far as release a Melania movie, a whole movie, right? Like that. Like if this is not levels of propaganda never seen ever,
Melania.
I don't know what to tell you.
Melania, hoe in drag. That makes sense, right? Since I seen her on 14th and K, I swear I seen her, man. I seen her. It's true. If you don't believe that, that's just the liberal Democrats who telling you she ain't. She was, man. Okay.
But yes, people, please vote. Even if you disagree, look up your Democratic Socialists in your area. See what policies they back. See what transparency they're for. Don't believe me. Just do the homework yourself, right? And again, that Democratic Socialist will look different in your city than it does in a New York, right? There's different levels of progression, right? No one's gonna go ahead and probably run state groceries in Tennessee, right? One of the most reddest states. They're gonna, they'll scream against it. But even if it gets you, the most minor progression or progressive thought process, at least we can start there,
Yeah, bro.
Hopefully, it will make a change. It will make a change.
It's going to
Not
make a
maybe,
change.
it will.
It's going to make a change, and we have to make voting for feel good for the regular folk. Matter of fact, if you wherever it is you need to, one thing Democrats need to do, I'm sure they do in their own way, but I'm talking about everybody else. It doesn't have to be a Democrat. Just if you want to vote left, if you want to vote for universal health care, if you want to vote for universal education, if you want to vote for fair housing, if you want to vote for things that everybody else basically has and votes for in the rest of the Western world, right? If you want those things, then we have to learn how to say, hey, look, if these people drink, what's their favorite drink? Then let's just have a night where we register the people to vote and serve that drink. Serve some mixed drinks. Get people out there. Make a party and register to vote.
Yep.
Like
And have those conversations, even in some of your regular social spaces.
Get some weed brownies.
Right?
Invite them to vote. With some weed brownies.
Right? Speak policy. Yeah, speak policy. You don't necessarily have to give away political affiliation because sometimes people get offended.
Right.
I
Just
personally
register.
don't because what you believe in doesn't change me.
Mm-hmm.
But when you're going out for, your local beer at your local bar, or when you're going bowling, speak about the policies and get versed in just even the one or two basic policies that you support.
Yeah.
Right? I support XYZ policy. I'm against this policy, right? The NDAA policy, right?
Mm-hmm.
So speak on specifics that force people to question their political affiliation based off what policies are supported, projected, and promoted, right? And that's how you bring proper discourse, right? Even if you disagree on what you would consider the political aisle, you can agree on policy. And now that can force anyone to reconsider, is my party and my affiliation in alignment with what I actually believe in terms of policy, or am I just believing the rhetoric? Am I just believing or running based off identity politics, race, religion, right? Like, am I strongly based in these beliefs, or am I based in policy and the things that are going to affect my everyday life? And so even if you don't want to speak on a Democratic Party, a Republican Party, a MAGA Party, a Democratic Socialist Party, find out what policies you support, be as informed as you can, and speak on that, right? And that's how you can get people to have a proper discourse versus the FUs and I hate you and you're dumb, right? Because obviously
And the
we'll get there,
divisive
and
shit.
you know, even here we do.
Right.
Exactly. Even here we
Right.
do it, and I'm all for it at times. But in order to create the progression that you want and mildly reach across that aisle or in any direction, speak about policy, right? And that forces people to question ideology, right? And align that with your next vote, right? When you advocate for a politician, advocate for their policies, right? And so we don't fall into this trap like we have with this current administration, right? Because we weren't informed. A lot of Americans weren't informed. They were galvanized. They weren't informed.
Yeah, true. They were galvanized, but they weren't informed, man. They fell for the okey doke, without details, and that's actually sad to see. But it's okay to fall for it once. If you fall for it again, it's going to be the last chance that you have to fall for anything. Like, it's over. If you do not support democracy and you don't support the Bill of Rights and you don't support basic Western values, this election, there's going to be a motherfucking serious problem in the United States, and it is going to be more direct, this problem. Whatever it turns out to be for anybody, it's going to be more fucking direct. So blue states, lefties, liberals, we all know that because these people have pointed at us. Goddamn, look at half of the people, not even half of the people. Listen, the majority of people, look at this. Did I even post it? No, I didn't. The majority of people that's been doing all the last political shooting in the United States, only one of them has been a black dude. Everybody else a black man. I mean, a white man. Everybody else a white man. Then when they get into their backgrounds, crazy red state. Yeah, so it's going to be a problem either way. The question is, how much have you had enough of Trump? Are you finished of Trump? That's the question, because you ain't going to have too many other choices at this. But speaking of that, let's look at what Trump looks like to people.
She gets him, and she gets him. And the mother's screaming, "Darling, I love you, darling." And the father's looking, saying she has no chance. And she's like this, you see it? She gets him, and she gets him. And the mother's screaming, "Darling, I love you, darling." And the father's looking, saying she has no chance. And she's like this, you see it? She gets him, and she gets him. And the mother's screaming, "Darling, I love you, darling." And the father's looking, saying she has no chance. And she's like this, you see it?
This is what you got. This is what you got right now. And you said you were tired of Sleepy Joe? I mean, there's going to be a problem. You got your last warning. Like, there is going to be a problem if all Americans are not firm about getting rid of this corrupt fucking regime that has made excuses for this goddamn lunacy.
And she gets him. And the mother's screaming, "Darling, I love you, darling."
Our sovereignty as a nation is on the line. Our sovereignty as a nation is on the line because of this fool and because of the people that supported him. All of them. They better clean up. You better clean your act up, because it's not going to be. There's plenty of Americans that are against MAGA, that our ancestors go back to the fucking colonial periods in the United States of America also. Okay? So just remember, you trying to give our country fucking away? You trying to sell out our country? Okay. Keep it up, motherfuckers. Keep it up. It's going to be over. This is the last chance. So people, I hope you go out there and you register to vote. vote like your fucking life depends on it, because because it really does. And I'm not trying to scare people, like, this ain't no vote or die Puff Daddy fucking moment, but but this time, yeah, exactly. This ain't about me getting some promotion from my rap label. Well, maybe. No, I'm joking. You can go to my music. You can go download my music. Hold on. As a matter of fact, let me put that in the chat. You can stream my music here. But but this ain't no cornball music like Puff Daddy and them had. I'm not dissing. I'm just saying. This is not about can I buy Cadillac. Okay. This is not about how much Moe I can drink and shit. Okay. Sorry, that's not my music. All right. Did I put it in the chat? Yeah, there you go. So everybody crank it up. You can see that right there. Crank it up, and we're gonna have a nice old time. Well, look, I appreciate you, Mike, from Brooklyn, hopping on up again. Yeah, no worries. And Mike is everybody knows him. He's a contributor regularly, but soon he's going to be a co-producer contributor too. So he's going to be working on his own segments also. And then we got Friars also that soon he's going to be stepping in also. So things are going well. Then we have a few others. We also have Amal from Switzerland that's going to work on some European things, also concerning democracy and just the globe right now in general. So so look forward to that. But big up to you, Mike from Brooklyn, again, always, bro. Good to have you up.
Thanks, guys. Always.
All right. Make sure you put your link in the chat. Also, I'm going to do it right now. I will do that for you. Yeah, everybody go over to Michael's go over to his page and subscribe to it, right? So that he also, did I just shut down YouTube? So that he also, okay, I'm sorry about that. So that he can get your subscription also, and because it's going to help him be able to do some things also. And let me put his link in the chat real quick, and then we're going to close out this segment. I appreciate it. Do me a favor, if you're watching, click the like button. That matters. It helps more people see the stream. I appreciate that. I just saw somebody go boom and click it. Here is Michael's link in the chat, so you get that too, Mike from Brooklyn. And we got a few changes going on, but it's coming, steadily. It takes a little planning and things like that. But as you know, but listen, if you ever wondered who's smarter, me, Michael from Brooklyn, or or your average MAGA supporter, here you go. Let's see, and then you tell me. All right, and then we catch you guys in the next episode. Peace out.
We want to show that the Republicans have more common sense than liberals. You want to answer 4 questions real quick?
I'll fucking do it. Hell yeah.
What are the 3 branches of government?
Legislative, senatorial. I don't know.
How many sides to a hexagon?
8, right?
How many sides do a hexagon have?
5.
You guys are about to go to an
octagon?
Yeah. We're here trying to prove that Republicans have more common sense than liberals. Can you tell me what the second president's name was?
Franklin?
I was alive. And can you tell me how many continents there are and the name of those continents? 7. Africa. Asia. Wait, no. Asia. Mm-hmm. Asia. Mm-hmm. Oh my God. So I got up here, over here, Europe, Asia. Is Africa one? Is Africa? I don't think Africa. Asia. Is Asia one? We're here trying to prove that Republicans have more common sense than liberals. We got a couple quick questions. Can you tell me how many continents there are and the names of them?
Yes, there are 5 continents.
We're here trying to prove that Republicans have more common sense than liberals. We just have a couple quick questions. Can you tell me how many branches of the government there are?
You know? I think you know.
2?
So we want to show the Republicans have more common sense than liberals. You want to answer 4 questions real quick?
I'll fucking do it. Hell yeah.
What are the 3 branches of government?
Legislative, senatorial. I don't know.
How many sides to a hexagon?
8, right?
How many sides do a hexagon have?
5.
You guys are about to go to an
Octagon?
Yeah. We're here trying to prove that Republicans have more common sense than liberals. Can you tell me what the second president's name was? Franklin? And can you tell me how many continents there are and the name of those continents?
7. Africa. Asia. Asia.
Mm-hmm.
Asia.
With knowledge like that, these people will be very easy to replace because they're dumb. They are dumb, know nothing about their country. Anyone can replace you, man. God damn.
Oh my God. So I got up here, over here, Europe, Asia. Is Africa one? Is Africa? I don't think Africa. Asia.
Is Africa one? I don't know. Is Africa?
Is Asia one?
We're here trying to prove that Republicans have more common sense than liberals. We got a couple quick questions. Can you tell me how many continents there are and the names of them?
Yes, there are 5 continents.
We're here trying to prove that Republicans have more common sense than liberals. We just have a couple quick questions. Can you tell me how many branches of the government there are?
You know? I think you know.
2? So we want to show that Republicans have more common sense than liberals. You want to answer 4 questions real quick?
I'll fucking do it. Hell yeah.
What are the 3 branches of government?
Legislative, senatorial, I don't know.
How many sides to a hexagon?
8, right?
How many sides do a hexagon have?
5.
All right, y'all.
Octagon?
We're going to be out. I appreciate everybody for coming through. Click the like button if you don't mind. Subscribe if you haven't subscribed. And share the video. See you in 18 hours, baby. Fuck Trump. Impeach Trump. Release the Epstein files. You know what I'm saying?
This is the rhythm. The politics ticking. It's sad how we living in this life. It's gonna be a time that we change. Shit is not finite. Life is the same. Motherfuckers killing each other to make a claim. Stop that bullshit. You have no respect for each other. You know the truth. You come from your mother, your sister, your brother. So love one another. If we make that change, the whole world will do the same. So listen.
Only this one love. Every day the children dying. What about the children crying? No.
What about the kids?
Don't forget the children.
Tell them about the children.
What about the children crying?
I wish someone would tell me when is the suffering gonna stop. I see time ticking, fuck your watch. There comes a time when man steps to the plate, but it won't matter if your mentality is fake. Where I'm from, we got a system, overcrowded prisons, 2 cents an hour, man. Listen, shit don't change if we keep exploiting each other. One day you find out you only did it to your brother. A homeless mother, a baby, no supper. She got a husband and father, they both love her, but they can't find work cause the people with the power, they got a strange way to govern. Their price tag say nothing. Life is funny, then again it's really not. People dying for what other people got. I asked God if he can come and change the shit. He said, hell no, cause you just gotta change this.
Every day the children dying. What about the children crying?
necessary ingredients, but we do. Check it. We got what you need, you want it. We know what you want, we got it. We know what you feel, you want it. We got what you want, you can have it. We got what you need, you want it. We know what you want, we got it. We know what you feel, you want it. We got what you want, you can have it. Orientation in this place we call Earth. Love from conception, from your mom, your birth. Pops planted the seed in the turf. From there, you must find out what life is worth. Grew up learning your do's and don'ts before working on your motor skills, working on your coordination, right? And orientation to what your life. The brand new thing, so gentle the soul we're capturing. In this distance, the alphabets the kids sing. They celebrate when it's time to go outside. As you get older, you learn to let all the troubles in your life just glide away. Stay focused, keep it smooth, keep you cool. Things in life can make it get rude. If you let it, don't let it. 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 If you let it, let it, let it, what? If you let it, don't let it, let it. If you let it, what? Don't let it. If you let it, don't let it, let it. Don't let it. We got what you need, you want it. We know what you want, we got it. We know what you feel, you want it. We got what you want, you can have it. We got what you need, you want it. We know what you want, we got it. We know what you feel, you want it. We got what you want, you can have it. Check it. We embark on this journey through your soul. We wanna have a good time. We embark on this journey through your soul. We wanna have a good time. We do something that you know you can't deny. We're just slipping in and out on a journey, you and I, on a mission to salvation. Our spirit be our transportation. We think you'll do a little love and that is true. For real, we bring something that you know you can't deny. We're just slipping in and out on a journey, you and I. Bring it. We got what you need, you want it. We know what you want, we got it. We know what you feel, you want it. We got what you want, you can have it. We got what you need, you want it. We know what you want, we got it. We know what you feel, you want it. We got what you want. From our harshest past, embedded in our society's identity. But then again, can you tell me that's free? They explain to you what your mind should perceive, suggest things they want you to believe, like your skin color dictates your race. They're calling you an idiot to your face, like life is much more simple than that. We're all slaves and the cards are stacked, while we fight over problems we can fix. Industrialists turn our kids to addicts. The television does a job, introduce you. The radio's right there to seduce you, keep you locked on the wrong damn track. Cigarettes is just legalized crack. They want you to catch a damn heart attack. They want you to catch a damn heart attack. But stop believing in the flag, it's a trap. Cause men rule this world, that's a fact. They don't know, they don't know. But I'm gonna make it right tonight. They don't lie, they don't lie. But I'm gonna say it like I know. They don't know, they don't know. That I'm gonna hit them with this shit. tonight, tonight. That you're gonna free your mind tonight, 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 tonight. That you're gonna free your mind tonight, 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 tonight. That you're gonna free your mind tonight, 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 tonight. If you see a man that needs help, then help a brother. If you see a sister on her own, still love her. Cause life is about how you choose to see it. But you gotta teach people how to learn to see it. The planet's been through suffering many times. We propagate many wars many times. The people need to wake up and stop accepting deceit from their own government's deception. You can't blame the people for needing protection from the government's bad reputation. We need to sing a song called Free the Nation. Cause we done had a whole lot of separation. Racism, classism, nationalism, based on keeping people out on the plantation. That's the plan, no doubt. Cause rich people got a plan, no doubt. If you still don't understand and believe that we are all one from the same mother and respect each woman and man with the same consideration you would like to be given on a daily, then you need to retire so the new generation can take over and show you how to live and govern this place we call Earth home. Everybody here, yeah. They don't know, kid. They don't know, they don't know. But I'm gonna make it right tonight. They don't lie, they don't lie. But I'm gonna say it like I know. They don't know, they don't know. That I'm gonna hit them with this shit. They don't lie, they don't lie. Shazam, out of the cut, homie, I'm back. Sir, get a hit a brother with a crumb track. Honey, shake their bumps, cause they know this shit's crack. Go to Cameroon and kick it with my brother Jack. Don't work too hard, man, you'll catch a heart attack. If the papes come, yo, I will flip it. I'm the same brother and I still get lifted. Find that rolling paper and some skunk, I'll twist it. And yes, give me that mic, man, I'll rip it. See that fly honey in my hat, I'll tip it. Check this cognac in my hand, I'll just sip it. All this shit you talk, you must be flicked. I try to tell them I'm not sick, I'm just addicted to that hip-hop that drops and then I cop. Things get funny when you're standing on the top. You don't believe me? Then ask Biggie Smalls. This is the way, the way. No, everybody just keep on tuning into the shit we say. The shit we say. Acting real good, homegirl, and yes, you can get it today. You can get it today. No, everybody just keep on tuning into the shit we say. The shit we say. You can have it your way. Your way. We came a long way and went through hard days. Even if the shit's hard, it's just a phase. Nowadays we write music and smoke haze. Through the pain and suffering, create a new craze. You can treat us bad, but we just laugh and make mo. Celebrating life, that's what we came for. So just shut up, get up, and shake your damn butt. Some can't get the groove, and so what? Listen, ma, it's your boy. And yes, I'm calling in. Every little thing's gonna be alright. Cause I got me and all my friends. We gonna elevate your mind, make love with the rhyme. Can't fight love with hate, hip-hop, no debate. Make your body gyrate to the vibe that's great. You will not infiltrate if you're filled with hate. Wait a minute, think about it and then get right to it. Exercise your plans in life, it's like fluid. Dissect your barriers and move right through it. Maintain yourself in the rhyme and stay true to it. Come on, don't look stupid now, you knew it. Spreading love around the world, that's how we do it.
This is the way, the way. No, everybody just keep on tuning into the shit we say, the shit we say. Acting real good, homegirl, and yes, you can get it today, you can get it today. No, everybody just keep on tuning into the shit we say, the shit we say. You can have it your way, your way.
To all the ghettos around the world. And yes, you know the struggle goes on. People trying to survive, hold on. But we know it's been so long. Pain without a limit, so wrong. When am I walking? Sometimes I think about, does love still exist? Yeah, I have my doubts. On the street, I check out how brothers been living. Yo, let's just say, kid, it ain't no Thanksgiving. We got people shooting dope, ain't never heard of hope. We got others with the gat and the brothers with the fucking scope. As I enter the projects, enter rec rooms, some brothers might see the doom. I see my man Paulo, fat pockets of papes. He knows the neighborhood biddies with all the dopest shapes. There goes Rollo with the blowout fro. He's got a gap, hey yo, brothers gots to go. No show is live with narrate, fuck Memorex. My man Rollo's got a gat at Paulo's chest. One slug blasted out, down boy died. Now show me some love, kid, it sounds like a fucking lie. The struggle goes on, people trying to survive, hold on. But we know it's been so long, pain without a limit, so wrong. Sometimes I think how the world come to this, a place where every man and woman needs a therapist. Mass confusion, people living in delusion, justify all the bullshit through the Constitution. Meanwhile, the masses struggle to survive. I think we're too busy to hear our people's cries. Single mothers struggle to raise families, genocide committed through famine and disease. I wonder if these things will ever cease to exist. I know it could if we cease and desist. Giving all the power to the industrialists, giving all our power to the damn commercialists that see us just as being sheep in this world, that want us to do what we're told like boys and girls. Oh God, I wanna live another day so I can help provide equality in this day. The struggle goes on, people trying to survive, hold on. Though we know it's been so long, pain without a limit, so wrong. Everybody round the globe, open up your earlobe, your third eye, and then decipher the code. Through knowledge, understanding, then bring love into the concept instead of bling bling. Truth instead of biased educational methods. Twisting, contorting God's message of love for every human being. Listen, motherfucker, don't you hear the screams? It's time to do much more than talk, debate, and spread hate. We need to think and at the same time investigate. Understand what our actions may create. Before continuing the cycle we procreate. We can clone humans, but at the same time we can't feed humans. The future of man is actually looming. It's really depressing, it's true, yes, man. You know the struggle goes on, people trying to survive, hold on. Though we know it's been so long, pain without a limit, so wrong. Yes, you know the struggle goes on, people trying to survive, hold on. Though we know it's been so long, pain without a limit, so wrong. To all the ghettos around the world. I know how to see a whack MC when he bustin', but I just back away real cool, no fussin'. I'd rather go kicking in the streets with the bums than use the knowledge to collect what? Some funds. Open a non-profit and build a damn school. And this is the story of how a great king rules. There's many that claim to know the local demographic, but don't have the nerve to tell you the truth. It's tragic, but I do, so sit back and let me spit this shit to you. You feel better when I spit this shit to you, despite the system trying to clamp down on the people. People will learn how to stand up to evil. Not evil that's across the globe, that's too far, but evil that lies in their own backyard. And fighting, it's not an option, they can't win. The government, it's not supposed to represent sin, but then again they do, and that's a problem. So let's go down and figure out how to solve them. It's not fun being a rapper that can't speak, but we do, yes, and plus we make fat beats. Yo, we smoke weed, break up trees. Listen, bringing fat beats, that is our mission. You wanted to see us, so boy, shut up and listen. Thelonious and Big Bennett, brother, check the vision. Mentalities of different realities. Enter the Star Trek room when you hear the boom. I be the Walkman with the super bass. Automatic stop, yes, stereo cassette player. With the delayer, freaky lyrical sprayer. Extraterrestrial rhyme sayer. I be the poetical VIC/master of the ceremony. Testimony, won't you come step with me? I'm on a historical journey, kinda like Sigourney. Implore me to represent the attorney that represents my niggas, go figure. It's the card, they call me Uncle Bigger. Niggas love your blunts, down your liquors. I be the parallel to the fiction. You're fixated on this brother's nature. Relax behavior, I might save your change. Flip it, rearrange the whole concept. Yo, it's good for all your brain. Insane, psychotic, neurotic, black onyx, and hooked on phonics. Just atomic, bees like a bonnet. Cut with the Asiatic, they all up on it. Rhyme static with the Bugatti type of skill. You wonder, is this nigga Vic really for real? Still, but only necessary in the berry. I'm milk like dairy, they quite contrary. That's scary, but I'm a dog in the prairie. I scurry to grab my bones and just bury. Lyrical flurry, go get your secretary with impeccable diction. My style might vary, so get a hold of your own shit real fast. Fucking with us, we take it right out your ass. Prairie dogs chill while the other dogs howl. Too many dogs get sent to the pound. Back on the hill, me and my peeps just lounge. Prairie dogs, we keep it on the down. Splatter, don't like gun splatter. We try to climb the ladder, wicked men get better. They make it like splatter, but it really don't matter. Cause you know we coming back to our sons and our daughters. Father him the one who protects ya, and the mother she will never neglect ya. Through divine nature the people respect ya, and in this way I deliver my lecture.
Wrote this one cause I love you, and I want you to love me too, girl.
I just want to love. Just love the way you love. Love the way I love.
I love you.
I just want
GRL, I'm looking at you. The look in my eye, you can tell that I wanna know you, better yet show you that I treat you right, this I owe ya. The feelings I feel are not obscene. It's no secret I'll go in public and scream. I'll LOV you, my baby girl. The feeling's so true, we can make our own world. We were made for each other, I feel like you love. We had a child, we be father and mother. There ain't no other I'd rather spend my time with. This love can endure anything that splits. If it wasn't legit, you wouldn't hear it. I could never be confused by your spirit. We just take it still a rollie, cause we both know what we do. I'm in LOV with you.
I just want to.
I want to
love,
baby girl.
Love the way you
love me.
The way I
love you.
I just want to.
Hey,
I want to love.
Oh,
love the way you love
me.
The way I love you.
I love you, girl.
Just relax, 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 just relax.
Hold your hand when we in town. Protect this love, even in the underground. Joy to God eating brunch on a blanket. This God that granted us these days, I thank it. It's no wonder why I'm comfortable with you. It's all the simple things for me that you do. When you rub my back, it's feeling so nice. Much more than Rio Needy and ice. It's about the kindness I can see in your face, and the way it's at the right time and place. No other woman I'd rather spend my time is. This love is so fresh I can taste.
I just want to love the way you love the way I love.
I love you.
I just want to love the way you love.
It's about you.
Love the way I love you.
I love you.
Just relax, 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 just relax.
LOV you, my GRL. What? It's like that. Can you feel it? Nothing can save ya, cause this is the season of funky behavior. I came to relax your mind, you can recline. On what? On this here rhyme. I like the style, I'm staying for a while. It helps me show cats that I'm versatile. I'll touch your dial, turn your frown to a smile. I'll make you feel like you're having a child. So relax and open up, child. I'm about to make you walk what? Pimp style or pimped out style. You don't understand the logic. See if you don't have it all, I'll take a deposit. I got shit for you, it's alright indeed. It's like going to the garden and planting the seed. It might tickle for a second, but it won't bleed.
So just relax, just hear the dope cry. I'm just relax, everything is real fat. You don't have to do work when you do that. It's the type of place where you can wear your hat. Just relax, and just hear the dope cry. I'm just relax, everything is real fat. You don't have to do work when you do that. It's the type of place where you can wear your hat. Just
Entertainment
relax.
at the same time, edutainment. In other words, you could call it bent. What I'm saying is that I'm here at your service. It's hard work, but then again, I deserve this. I'm helping people enjoy their spare time. I'm like an instructor when I'm doing my rhyme. Relax and just hear the dope track. It's really not all that, it's not like a gag. We like that when everything is relaxed and chill. You don't have to get fucked up or take pills, cause I like being myself, it feels good. Yo, it makes my meals taste good. 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 So just relax. It's your adult cry. Just relax, everything is real bad. You don't have to do what we do bad. It's the type of place where you can wear your hat. Just relax. And your adult cry. Just relax, everything is real bad. You don't have to do what we do bad. It's the type of place where you can wear your hat. Just relax. My mind stay, now balloon, it won't inflate. To take the buzz, it's my